So I'm going to open our meeting. Thank you everyone for coming, and a very full public gallery, which is always great to have the interest from the community. I'd like to advise everyone that we are live streaming and we're also recording, so if you can just be aware of that, be respectful to everyone here at the meeting and considerate to others that might be speaking as well. And just language and conduct at the meeting that could be perceived as offensive, defamatory or threatening to a person attending the meeting or listening to the recording is not acceptable. And I'd ask that mobile devices be turned off or to silent. We have a full house of attendance tonight. No apology, no leave of absences. I'll start with an acknowledgement of country, just in recognition of the deep history of this place. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, the Muwinina people, who did not survive invasion, but the Palawa community of Tasmania continue to maintain the identity, culture and rights of Tasmania's First People. The minutes of our last meeting was the 27th of January, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion on the minutes? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. It's carried unanimously. Item 3 is the transfer of agenda items. Would any elected members like to propose a transfer? Councillor Elliott.
Transfer, if possible, item 6 from the closed agenda into the open.
Okay. We might need to get some advice on that. Oh, we need a seconder, sorry. Seconded by Alderman Zuko. CEO, would you like to provide some advice to elected members before they vote on that?
Just looking to the responsible director, obviously you've been engaging with the proponent there. So again, the reason I believe is that it has been information has been provided to us on the basis that it be confidential. So I don't know that we have an ability to be able to move that into open.
Okay, so that's the advice from the CEO. I'll put that then. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Elliott, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Kelly.
And against?
Councillor Dusher, Councillor Coates, Councillor Pasalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor and Lord Mayor. Motion lost.
Okay, moving on now to, I don't have any communications tonight. The item 5 is the notification of council workshops. So just to note that we have had 2 workshops since our last meeting. The first one was on the 10th of February 2026. That was on the Safer Hobart program, the Mount Nelson Local Area Mobility Plan, Dark Mofo 26 to 28 City Partnership Proposal. And the 16th of February, we had a briefing from the Tasmanian Football Club, briefing from the Taste of Summer City Partnership Proposal, Aboriginal Cultural Centre, and that was the main things there. So those meetings are recorded as well if people are interested to hear back on those items. Item 6 is public question time. Are there any public questions without notice? Sure. And just to let you know that under our meeting procedures, we're not allowed to respond to questions relating to an item on the agenda. So if it's on the agenda under our meeting procedures policy at Council, it's not something that we can take questions on. But if it's something else, please come forward, introduce yourself and then ask your question. And we may take it on notice.
Forgot that tonight's theme was dogs, and I don't have a question about dogs. So can everyone hear me? Is that coming through? Awesome. So good evening, everyone. My name's Mix Trenton Hoare, they them pronouns for the record. And before I begin, I just want to disclose that I'm here in a private capacity and I'm not representing any organisations or roles that I hold. I have 2 questions for Alderman Zuko through the Lord Mayor, if I may. My first question is, can you confirm that your public statement made on the 21st of December 2025 is accurate and does not potentially mislead the community? And if your statement is incorrect, have you issued an apology to the community? And if not, why not? And my second question is, what specific evidence do you rely upon to support your claim that Mrs. Duttor, a private citizen of Hobart, was clearly, and I quote, supporting the phrase "from the river to the sea"? Did you witness her say any explicit words, gestures, or make public statements demonstrating her endorsement of that phrase? Do you consider that a mere attendance at a public meeting in the town hall automatically means that an individual supports a specific political slogan or position, any position that slogan may insinuate? And do you accept that public attribution of political views to a named individual without clear evidentiary foundation may give rise to reputational damage? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Zuko.
I'll take it on notice, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so Alderman Zuko has taken that one on notice. He'll provide you with a response in writing. Okay, are there any other questions? There being none, we will move on to any supplementary items to be considered, but there are none. Item 8 is indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. Would any elected members like to declare any for any items?
Declare an interest in item 23.
Councillor Coates. Councillors, Deputy Lord Mayor.
22, thank you, Lord Mayor.
Any others? There being none. We'll move on now to petitions. Are there any petitions that we've received?
No, Lord Mayor.
No petitions have been received. So we will open now with our officer reports, with the first one being the dog management policy review. And there is a recommendation. Invite an elected member to move the recommendation. Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Discussion. Any discussion? Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'd actually like to move an amendment to this particular item, just that amending the item to add that off-lead dog exercise is allowed at the South Hobart Oval on weekdays between the hours of 5 and 11 a.m, excluding days when soccer matches are scheduled or the oval has been booked or the oval is closed for match preparation, maintenance or repair.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Alderman Bloomfield, is that available? Has that been circulated?
So there it is on the screen.
So, go ahead, please.
I'll just talk quickly to it and start to the amendments in that case. Certainly. Look, I'm just looking for a compromise here. It's clear that there is a problem at the oval between the dog walkers and the soccer club. It has come before us multiple times in this room. It is a very vexed and difficult issue. The community did attempt to sort of to reduce the impact of dog walking on the oval last year by organising quite a number of patrols for faeces before games and before training. It was a little bit difficult to do because at the time we didn't have the booking schedule. However, there is one there now. I actually joined the community at the time last year in picking up dog poo on Sunday mornings before games, and I did notice that there wasn't actually a lot of it there, but there were a lot of community members who were willing to do it. And I do think if we allow them on the community to use the field 5 days a week during the week when matches are not being played, that the community itself will police the faeces issue a lot better. They had already been doing it last year, and I can't see that that will stop. And I think if we have a set time for 5 days a week, that it will actually make it easier for everybody. So I would like to bring this forward. It is a compromise between full access or no access for dogs and dog owners. And I'm sad about that, to be honest. I had hoped that this issue was determined already. However, it hasn't been. So look, before we get into the nitty-gritty of the whole item, I just wanted to bring this amendment to see where we stand. So I would commend it to my colleagues. It is a compromise. It is something that allows everyone in the community to have some use. It does separate the dogs away from the soccer matches on the weekends, and I do think it's worth considering. So I commend it to my colleagues around the room, and I do hope we can come to some sort of agreement here. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so we'll just stick with discussion on the amendment, not the whole motion at this stage. Councillor Coates.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my fellow elected member, and I appreciate that as he spoke about in introducing this item, he is trying to come to a compromise. But as I read the officer's advice in the original motion, you know, I can't get over what the evidence is in front of us. And look, you know, obviously I won't read it all through, but you know, I think 1.18 says it best. The principal reason for the change is that the ongoing use of South Hobart Oval as an off-lead dog exercise area is not compatible with elite sporting use, and the function is the only dedicated regional level soccer ground capable of hosting state and national competition. This motion doesn't accord with that. You know, I've got the evidence in front of me that it can't be an off-lead dog exercise area, and yet this motion is to create that exact South Hobart Oval as an off-lead dog exercise area. And I appreciate the efforts gone in to try and identify hours where it might not be as used, but you know, I'm reminded again that you know, the 1.23, the changes are necessary, and they're based on professional, operational and risk management assessments, not only our staff and our officers, but this is the advice of our insurer and the legal advice. I appreciate this is going to be incredibly tough for members of the community up there who currently are able to have their dogs on that oval, but you know, I am also reminded that under our Dog Management Act and policy, areas that we do declare do actually get reviewed, and so if this ends up being a complete failure for the community, it's not an irreversible decision, but I do think in this instance we have to go with the advice that we've been given. And I appreciate it's always good practice to try and find a compromise, but I can't read this proposed amendment as being in any way able to be successfully implemented in accordance with the advice that we've been given. And so I find I'm unable to support it.
Further discussion on the amendment. Councillor
Lord Mayor,
Dutta.
I just have a few questions, please, if I may, through you to the relevant director. Question number one. Has the council conducted a formal written risk assessment specifically addressing dog use of the oval, creating a not insignificant risk under the Civil Liability Act 2002? That's question
Ms.
one.
Abbey.
Through Lord Mayor, the answer to that question is no. The advice in the report that's based on the use of the ground is from the experience of our team who deal with the ground on a regular basis.
Did you say you had another question, Councillor Dutta?
Yes, I do, Lord Mayor. How often or how many times is elite competition actually played on that particular oval?
Ms. Abbey.
Lord Mayor, the ground is used on a weekly basis throughout the soccer season, and in addition this year we had 3 additional games which were at National League, national level.
Three times, yeah.
Thank you. And the other question that I have is what proportion of the turf remediation costs are linked to or attributed solely to dogs, and what proportion to other causes like sporting boots, weather, etc.?
Ms. Abbey.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We haven't done that data analysis, but what I can advise elected members is that our team attends the ground every Friday during soccer season to attend to the ground. That is both a repair of the ground from damage done to it and also to collect dog faeces.
And then one final question, Lord Mayor. Has the South Hobart Oval been formally classified as a single-purpose restricted sporting facility?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. No, it has not been classified in that way. In fact, what we are trying to do is encourage as much community use as we possibly can. Our report does identify that we hope to maintain a significant amount of community access. The only step that we're trying to do here is restrict the dog access to the ground.
Further discussion on Councillor Lohberger's amendment. Councillor Kelly.
Just a couple of questions, if I may, Lord Mayor. Do we know how many registered dogs, unless I missed it in the report, are in South Hobart with council?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In South Hobart, 608 registered dogs.
And also this amendment, firstly through the Director, I should imagine by you, Chair, has this amendment been discussed at large with the community in South Hobart, the dog community?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I have had a discussion with Councillor Lohberger this afternoon. We have not had a discussion with community members about whether or not this would satisfy their requirements. I haven't.
I can answer that question, Lord Mayor.
Councillor
I have spoken to a number of the dog walkers, including some of the more prominent walkers, about this, as well as the head of the Hobart Dog Walking Association.
Just to get an idea of how many would that be? And over what? When did that consultation start?
I spoke to those members this week, and the total, I think, is about half a dozen. There was 4 or 5 key dog walkers from the ground that I've met through picking up faeces, and also, as I said, the head of the Hobart Dog Walking Association.
Further discussion on the amendment. Alderman Zuko.
Through you to the appropriate Director, Lord Mayor. What are the legal risks that were brought forward to us in regards to the continuation of sharing the oval with dogs?
Ms Abey.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The risks arise from damage to the ground, from physically being damaged, also to a lesser extent impacts to the ground caused by urine burning the grass. There is also a lesser risk associated with dog faeces being left on the ground.
Yeah.
Councillor Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, look, Lord Mayor, I can't support it, and I'll read the reasons why I can't support it. If that many times around this table I hear the praise of our officers going through the process of consultation and then going through the process of writing reports and being praised on how well they write reports, I've got to say, if everyone goes to page 21, and this is clearly from our officers who are professional, and I've heard it that many times, the professionalism of our officers. And I need to read this. Submissions noted. Amendments proposed for the South Hobart will be designated as being restricted at all times from 1st of July 2026. Reasons. This is not reasons by any elected member. These are reasons by people that we pay to do their job, to provide us unbiased reports. So we make our decisions based on those unbiased reports. The shared use of South Hobart Oval as an off-lead dog exercise area is not compatible with elite sporting use. And the grounds functions as the city's only dedicated regional level soccer ground capable of hosting state and national competition matches. The approach to this issue is detailed from points 4.5 to point 4.71 in this report. Report prepared for us by professional Hobart City Council officers in all their consultation work and their professionalism. So if we're going to get up here sometimes and say how wonderful a job our officers do, I think maybe sometimes we need to listen to council officer reports.
Can I just Sorry, Councillor, can I just ask a couple of questions that have just raised in my mind as a result of Alderman Zuko's questions. The first one was the legal risks that we've been warned of. How did we get that? Did we procure that ourselves, or was that sent to us by a particular group?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So we did receive legal advice that had been provided to the club. That then prompted us to both speak to our insurer and more recently get some advice from our own solicitor that we engaged.
Okay. And the insurance advice was that there wasn't really... is that set out, the insurance advice in 4.3.2?
That's correct, Lord Mayor. The insurer gave us the advice that we received from the club painted the council as having quite a high risk to it. The insurer was a little bit more comfortable as long as the ground was able to be managed in a proper way. And that the balance of the report is about us trying to do an analysis of what the insurer was saying would be the categories that they'd take into account compared to the ways that we thought the ground could be managed.
And just on the consultation that we see referred to in this report, which I understand is about 140-something submissions received, that was consultation on our previous decision to continue dog walking on the oval, wasn't it? And so my question is, in terms of consultation on this new proposal, have we undertaken any consultation with relevant dog walking clubs or dog walking groups on the proposal to completely ban them from South Hobart Oval?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The statutory process is that we come to elected members for an endorsed position to go out to consultation, so that consultation would follow tonight.
That'll come later. Yep. All right, one other quick one, just on the information provided in our report. It says on the consultation that on South Hobart Oval, it says that there were mixed views on the submissions received on the South Hobart Oval. Is there a reason that the report doesn't break down the submissions for and those against keeping dogs on the South Hobart Oval in terms of numbers?
There's no particular reason about that, Lord Mayor. We have provided a balanced view as far as we were able to, acknowledging that there are essentially two camps, the ones who would prefer to keep dogs and those that don't.
Okay, just looking at the actual submissions, which I think were only provided to elected members, would staff agree that there was around 3 times more submissions in favour of dogs staying on the oval than those against? On my counting, I did look through them all today.
Lord Mayor.
No, it's a question. 25 for the council's decision in July to allow dogs on the South Hobart Oval and 8 against council's July decision to allow dogs on the oval.
I don't have those specific numbers, Lord Mayor, but I will ask Ms Turner for comment, who's you able to provide any further? No, we're not able to provide you with any further guidance about that, Lord Mayor.
Okay, maybe take it on notice. Yeah, thank you. All right, Councillor Elliott.
Yes, just a question before I start. Can I just have confirmation through you, Chair, that points of order still are valid when someone is asking a question?
Yes. Oh, I'm not sure. Yes? Okay.
Why did you allow it?
Something like a meeting regulation.
Yeah, generally speaking, we let people ask questions and we don't interrupt them, but probably, yeah. You can...
The answer to the question, Lord Mayor?
I said I'm asking a question.
Okay, so are points of order allowed valid on questions? I was understanding they are.
They are, okay.
Yes, that's right. Okay, now we've got that cleared up. Thank you. So in terms of the amendment, I have a list of 9, I guess, core themes that this issue brings up that needs to be solved. One of them is dog poo, and this amendment would reduce that by maybe 1/3 or 50%. So the amount of dog poo would reduce compared to the current situation if you're limiting the number of hours where dogs can come and use it as their toilet. The urine burning issue would be reduced by maybe 1/2 again, so we've got some partial progress there. Dogs digging would be reduced by about 1/3 to 1/2. The risk of injury from interactions well, if there's no dogs there, that would have to go down. The reputation risk of being known as the dog park, that our soccer is played on basically a dog playground, that stays at 100%. There's no impact on that. The conflict that's constant between both communities, which fills your inbox and has done so for years, for the entirety of my time on council and before that, it won't improve that. They will still have the same issues. The issue in terms of consistency with why this ground is treated as such an outlier compared to our other sporting grounds like North Hobart, and then if you look across at Bellerive as well, and it doesn't do anything about the inherent conflict of having what is fundamentally a sports ground with grandstands, with different levels of sport played, right from elite all the way through to young kids. It does nothing to resolve that inherent conflict. So, from my perspective, this is a really important matter where we have to think rationally. You can't get tied up in emotion and fear and the cost of losing votes. We can't let self-interest come into this. This is more, in my opinion, around a sign of weakness and kowtowing. We have to be strong and do what's right here. And as I've reeled off, the 9 things here that are important in my decision-making here, they're nowhere near satisfied, and the inherent conflicts aren't going away, which is why I'll vote against this amendment.
Further discussion, Alderman Bloomfield.
Take exception to taking a stand to support this motion as being to do with kowtowing, self-interest, or somehow being a lesser in my decision-making process. I find it unusual, frankly, to see so many people genuinely interested in their community ground that they actually take time to do some of those tasks that everyone hates, to clean up after an animal. Yet these people do it willingly on a regular basis, also highly unusual, and shows a dedication and interest that they genuinely have to protect an amenity that they truly value. So that's something that I feel should be heard and it should be respected. The fact that we are proposing a halfway point to say, look, you know, we need to adhere to the fact that this is a communal area that should be allowed access to the community in general. And I would like to think that we have the ability and generosity of spirit to see just that. The whole point and issue where it's been perceived as incompatible has only been in recent years with recent changes associated with training facilities. So it's more of a cultural issue from one side more than the other, and one side being the dog walkers are simply trying to protect the element that they have enjoyed for so many years. An element that in fact has been highlighted profoundly during COVID, when we appreciated and understood the value of having a pet and having the ability to connect with other people. It is something that I feel our community in general now lacks, and we need to treasure those elements that actually contribute more towards that. So I do commend this motion and I do support it, not for self-interest, not for collecting votes or any of those other appalling assertions that I do so. I do because I actually listen to the community, and I believe that my role here is to actually echo their will and actually ensure that they are heard.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. One other question before I do. Greyhounds, are they permitted to run at full pace and exercise on the ground?
Davey?
I'd have to take that one on notice, sorry. I mean, I don't think there are any additional prohibitions around greyhounds. I understand that they do need to wear a muzzle in public, but that's just a...
Okay, thank you.
The acting manager of legal and governance might be able to give us an answer. Maybe not. Is it important for now? Or?
Oh no, it is all part of the context of the discussion. But look, if that can't be given now, that's fine. All right, I assume that no answer can be given on that, but that may be some reason. So we've heard tonight quite a few reasons why, and I'm trying to balance this up. I mean, I love dogs. I've had dogs myself. I don't have them because I live in the city now, and my personal view is that if you want to be a responsible dog owner, in most cases you need a good area to do that. Further to some of these other ones, the double standard we are creating here with the other grounds, we are setting a very, very bad precedent here. It lacks consistency, and it's going to create confusion. So the other point is dog attacks. We've had a major dog attack some months ago. Now, the person went very quiet on that, didn't want to go to the press, despite the press trying to be onto them. And it really did worry me that. And it's happened. There's been another incident since then that I know of, and there's probably been many more. And this isn't just something we're dreaming up here. It's, it's bad enough for an adult to be bitten, and the excuse given was, oh, well, that person was running by and it flustered the dog and the dog bit this person on the thigh. Now, I then think, well, how would my granddaughter be running around, flapping the hands in the breeze and doing all that stuff and playing, and a dog would bite that same person on the face? Can you imagine, front page of the Mercury, a child having been mauled on the face, and possibly even worse, knowing that we're going to pass something like this here, if we did pass something like this here, and we were given strict legal advice that this should not happen? Really? I mean, this is not a matter that we are considering here tonight that we think it is a bit grey, and a lot of our decisions are like that. It's what one councillor might think against another, and there's always that grey area there. But to me, this is just such a slam dunk that if we're responsible board members, or elected members as we are, we even if we really, really wanted this to happen, how can you go past this legal advice? We're here to make tough decisions. And this is a tough decision. I'm not going to win any votes from this, from the South Hobart people, but I'm doing this for those reasons I've mentioned. It's a tough decision to make. It's also going to create confusion. I mean, some days people can go there, some days they can't. How's that going to be articulated? It's going to cause further angst amongst the community. Council's working very hard on an alternative for this. It's not as if we're saying, South Hobart, sorry, every other suburb in the Hobart LGA we have a place for the other people, but South Hobart you don't. There are good options for you. Councillor Harvey mentioned once before the number of places that in that area of South Hobart. There's 3 or 4, and really, come on. It's this double standard thing. It's primarily the confusion, the dog attacks that happen. It's a tough decision, but we cannot go past, no one can go past this legal definition. It is crystal clear. And how is it going to happen if someone does get injured badly? That will mean council will be deemed to have gone against legal advice, and this council and the ratepayers will be shelling out the whole cost of it. So just be very careful how we consider this from a legal context. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt was up first.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to speak against this amendment. I've been mulling this over since Friday, the idea of an area in the morning, or quarantine time in the morning. The idea has merit, but I think when you dig a little bit deeper, it's a little more complicated than on face value. So I think that Councillor Kelly rightly mentions confusion, and one of the things that should the council agree to what's before us, the recommendation from officers, the fenced purpose-built dog park gives everybody certainty. They know that they can go there anytime and take their dogs off lead. Some of the conflicts that we've seen arise on Darcy Street Oval is around lack of certainty, where people arrive to walk their dogs expecting to, maybe they've got their family visitors, maybe someone else has brought their dog, and they can't because somebody is using the field. I think that having things like game day preparation, fields being rested, maintenance, while there may be a portal that they can check if the field is being rested that day or not, it's impractical to ask the community every day to open their laptop before they get the dog to go for a walk. and go, well, is it open day or not? And so I think that certainty element is genuine. It also limits opportunity to potentially change the Oval's relationship with the park, the community centre and the basketball courts, where potentially we can look at sliding fencing and a whole bunch of things to increase permeability and make this site one large site for the community to use rather than segregated sites, which is what it currently is. So the other component to my decision making here is that we're investing $180,000, which I suspect by the time we look at all of the accompanying facilities, I actually think it's going to wind up being quite a lot more to build the dog park on Lower Wellesley. We are spending ratepayers' money, not my money, to provide a dedicated facility, and I think that by giving a mixed message about Darcy Street probably undermines the decision, our own decision, potentially, depending on what people decide this evening, to build what could be up to $500,000 facility to support dog walkers in South Hobart. So there's a variety of reasons why I would prefer to make this cut and dry one way or the other and not have a middle ground. As I said, I think on face value, it's a good idea, but when you really think deeply and apply a critical lens to the suggestion, it's probably not actually the best outcome, and we're better off just making a decision whether or not we keep the dogs or we ask the dogs to move up to Lower Wellesley. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I will definitely speak to the substantive motion later on, but I will just highlight that I laboured over this particular agenda item over the weekend, deliberated over it for quite some time, and consulted many community members, had lots of phone calls, read lots of emails, and I'm really thankful to Councillor Lohberger for trying to bring this particular amendment forward as somewhat of a compromise to what is recommended in the substantive motion. I did just want to clarify one thing. It just seems like it hasn't been accepted, but I just wanted to note what the report says around MAV insurance, and I'll just read it if that's okay, Lord Mayor, at 1.8 and then 4.33 in the report. And first of all, I'll commence with 1.8. While the SHFC argues that the council faces heightened legal exposure, advice from MAV Insurance indicates that the council is not automatically liable for shared use if it implements and documents reasonable precautions, clear policies and enforceable shared use arrangements. I'd also like to note what is highlighted in the report at 4.33. The insurer's view is that, provided the city takes and documents reasonable precautions and has clear policies and agreements in place, the risk of liability can be managed. Council's actions should be reasonable and consistent with available resources referencing the Civil Liabilities Act. I just thought it would be important to highlight that and that particular advice from MAV. Now, the recommendation in the substantive motion, I'll speak to that later because, as I mentioned, I marinated over it for quite some time over the weekend, but I'm really glad that Councillor Lohberger has put this forward. I think, as the Director has also mentioned, this is part of our statutory requirement to take it out to consultation once we do make a decision on it, and I think to have this included as part of some kind of compromise is positively accepted from me. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Elliott.
Just a question, please, for the mover. Is this motion also proposing, therefore, that the work on Lower Wellesley stop?
I can't see Lower Wellesley mentioned there,
No,
Councillor.
so the intention is that would happen as well. So Lower Wellesley fencing would happen, and the dogs on South Hobart would stay.
This has got nothing to do with Lower Wellesley, this amendment.
So it's having the dogs having two options. Yes. Okay.
Draw your own conclusions. Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question. The legal advice or opinion that's been referred to, is it categorically a very strong advice that we shouldn't go down this path of sharing the park because of liability issues or risk?
Zabi?
Through Lord Mayor, the legal advice doesn't really recommend what the elected members should do. It does highlight that the council has some risk if it maintains a shared approach.
Thank you so much. That clarifies it. I will speak later and give my reasons as to why I will oppose this. And I will oppose it on the basis of arguments and the reasons given, present alternative reasons for those. It won't be an emotional argument. I don't believe in emotions. I will put forth my facts and evidence. But let me respond to this first. I want to support and endorse the statements made by Alderman Bloomfield. It is true, just because some of us are going to support this, our motivation is not for voting. If that's the case, then I think we should question our motives about other things as well. When we tend to support a motion because we feel that is the right thing to do, then our motives are being questioned. I think that is a bit sad. Secondly, the point made that these are professional people who have made professional recommendations. It is very true. I accept that. We should accept our professional advice. But in this chamber, we have time and time again, many of us have gone against the advice of our staff when we feel that the evidence, or when we analyze it for ourselves, critically look at it, we present an alternative. We have done it, all of us. So then to say we should now hear the advice of the staff, it's fantastic. Those of us who are convinced by their reasoning and report, we do that. Those of us who have an alternative position, we present an alternative. And finally, it is very assuring to know that the legal advice does not categorically state that we have this risk. Read the advice properly and you will see. And the point to remember, they're only opinion, the advice. These things are tested in court. When the court makes a decision, then only it becomes a decision that we have to abide by. Thank you. I will speak to the substantive motion later and give you my reasons.
Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, I'll be brief. Liability versus compatibility. So the liability side of this is not that strong, but it's still an issue that needs to be considered. The compatibility side of the argument is a compelling case. So as a dog owner, as a dog walker, as a dog lover, it's sad to say that I support the non-compatibility of dogs on the ground, and I do believe we should remove the dogs from the ground. We're not removing the community from the ground. The community will always have access to this ground, and that's fantastic. I'd like to see more community access to the ground, but not with their dogs. So sadly, I won't be supporting this amendment from Ben Lohberger. I appreciate his intent to try and reach a compromise, but it's not really a compromise. It's still allowing the dogs access to the ground, and it's contrary to what the professional report that we have in front of us is telling us. So I won't be supporting your amendment tonight.
Further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Lohberger, have you spoken? Oh, Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, tonight I won't be supporting the officer recommendation to remove the dogs from South Hobart Oval, and it's therefore that I cannot support this amendment tonight, because I just think that this is a compromise too far. I do agree that it's going to cause confusion for the community, and that both sides will remain grossly frustrated by this kind of compromise that is is not particularly helpful to anybody. I think it's a really worthwhile thing to have these discussions, to hear what the views are around the room, and I think that we should always try to compromise where we can, but arguably maintaining the status quo and sharing the soccer oval with dog owners and with the broader community is already a compromise. So I will talk more to that, to the substantive motion shortly, but I can't support the amendment tonight.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Lowe, have you spoken to the amendment?
I have, but am I able to close?
No, not with an amendment that I'm on, no. Can I just ask one question before I speak on it? The legal advice that we're talking about, does that apply just to this ground, or would it apply to other grounds where we have that allow both dogs and sports to mix, like, for example, the Clare Street Oval, which is almost identical, I think, in its arrangements?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The advice talks to, I believe the word used is elite, so it would apply to similar grounds to this one, so the North Hobart Oval, the TCA ground and the Domain Athletic Centre, which we do also prohibit dogs on those grounds.
And so what's the legal liability difference between, like, the Clare Street Oval and the South Hobart Oval?
Through you, Lord Mayor, my understanding is it is the level of competition and then the nature of which that level of sport is being played. If there's less room for error in terms of impact on, injury to players and that sort of thing, if the ground has been damaged, that's my understanding.
Oh, I see, right. So, yeah, okay. So it's about the ground damage, not so much the dogs acting. It's not so much about the dog's activity, it's about who has dug a hole or not dug a hole or whatever.
Yes, Lord Mayor, that's my understanding.
Okay. No worries. Well, I would like to speak in favour of this amendment. In my mind, the most important principle for all governance of public land is the principle of providing shared access to the broadest possible number of people who are ultimately the owners of public land. We are just the managers of this public land, of this place, on behalf of the public. And as managers, I see our job as needing to work hard to balance different interests, to protect the public interest, and to provide as much access as is practically possible. And it's those principles and those principles alone that guide me in my decision about this tonight. We might think this is a unique situation, but it's not. Councils and their professional parks planners in every corner of the country juggling these issues. And in many places they allow the sharing of facilities between sports, between community recreation, between dogs. Councils like ours in inner city areas with higher densities are particularly used to the challenges, and as a general rule they reject the demands for total bans and exclusivity. And they do that because it's not in the broadest possible public interest. We all understand that everyone's passion for this facility, and we understand that there are some current personality issues that may have made sharing this facility difficult recently. But as policymakers and decision makers, we need to rise above this and not let the tit-for-tat drive policy. Whether it's transport policy or climate policy or dog management policy, as I mentioned, the broadest possible public interest should guide our decisions. And I'm worried that the backflip recommendation is a sign that we have got caught up in the emotion of the issue, because I find it really hard to explain how we have such a dramatic shift. In July, we suggested that we would keep it as it has been for years, and by February we decided no dogs at all, complete ban. So this is a dramatically different recommendation, and it looks like a panic, it looks like a knee-jerk, and it doesn't look like really considered policy making. I support this amendment of limited timed access for dogs because to me it strikes as a more balanced response to some of the sharing issues. It would be in the spirit of compromise. It would reduce the shock of stripping away access that has been available for decades. Such an arrangement would help people transition to new facilities as they emerge. And this approach may be perceived by the community as a middle ground, a smoother, calmer approach than recommending one thing 1 month and then the exact opposite a few months later. So we know that timed access is one of the tools that many urban councils use to allow the sharing of public land. This is one of the tools, along with much more active management, good use of compliance staff, really great communications, not allowing dogs when sport is on, and use of leashes. We also know that elite sports and dogs most certainly do mix in many other council areas. For example, the Arden Street Oval, owned by the Melbourne City Council, is the home ground of the North Melbourne professional AFL team, and dogs are allowed on the oval on leash. The Victoria Park, owned by the Yarra Council, the home ground of the Collingwood AFL professional elite team, dogs are allowed off leash unless sport is being played. So, I mean, clearly all of the arguments that have been raised, are being managed by other councils in the public interest, and so that's why I'll be supporting what I think is modest. It's a moderate amendment, and it has public access and public interest at its heart. Thank you. So I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Deputy Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Persault, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey. Motion lost.
Okay, so we'll now move on to the substantive motion as recommended. Would anyone like to say some additional things? I've also had a request to potentially vote on some of these separately, but I don't know whether that's desirable. Councillor Lohberger.
I just wanted to ask that exact question. Can we separate out South Hobart so it doesn't get tied up in the wider dog management?
I think it's all mixed in with some Nutgrove other matters, so it's probably pretty tricky. Yeah. Because there are other places where there's an amendment proposed from what the consultation said. So this was one thing where consultation changed, but there are other items where the consultation matter has changed. I think Nutgrove, is that right?
Thank you. Yes, there are a number. There are some hours at Nutgrove. There's moving the cenotaph to dogs on lead, and there are a number of others which my mind's completely gone blank. Sorry, Lord Mayor.
And that's outlined in items 1 and 2. Oh no, sorry, item 3, is that?
Lord Mayor, it's the list of the items in attachment C are at 1.23.1 through 6. So it's a change to propose that sports grounds are dog prohibited when the ground is booked. That's to clarify an issue that we were having with the set-up times and a lack of clarity about exactly when the dog restrictions would start for formal sports. The cenotaph, as I mentioned, John Doggett Park, which is to do with prohibiting dogs in the skate bowl, minor changes to Wellington Park, clarifying Knocklofty and the Nutgrove issue.
And so those are mentioned in items 3, 4 and 5 of the recommendation, is that right?
Lord Mayor, they are contained in attachment C. It is proposed in resolution
4
or
5?
No, 5, sorry, yes. That whole attachment C is endorsed.
Okay.
So if you're inclined to split the vote, then you would need to do by reference to paragraphs 1.2.3.1 and through 6. Oh,
I guess I would request that we do that, Lord Mayor, if possible.
So I think the key clause of the recommendation that relates to these changed items that will go back out for consultation for 15 days is contained in item part 5 of the resolution. So that relates to the South Hobart Oval changing and the other changes that the Director just mentioned. So if I can do that one separately, Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you. I think it's worthwhile, Lord Mayor.
And then the item 7, some people have asked me for that to be separate. The approval of the new dog park. Okay. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I was actually going to ask a question about point 7, the fenced-off dog off-lead dog park area at Lower Wellesley. Could staff please just give us some indication of what this looks like? I know we had a briefing earlier, and just some things that may be included, like shade or water for dogs and proper fencing and play equipment, and what's the vision for that?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I can respond to that. We have continued to evolve our design around this. The most recent version of the design has been undertaken with consultation with the organisers of the Kenyani Mountain Run, just to make sure that it accommodates that event. The current design provides a fenced enclosure area of around 2,600 metres square, divided into 2 long paddocks, one which may be closed for periodic lawn rehab, and each paddock will be about 90 metres long and 16 metres wide to allow a good run for fetching balls. So we have done some evolution of the design, a little bit different to the one that we were able to share with some elected members last week. So we are already taking on some of the feedback, some of the really good engagement we had around that. It currently doesn't have a separate small dog puppy area, but that could be included into the future. The fencing will be pool style, which will be more wildlife friendly than a mesh fence. Shade provision has been scoped, but isn't within the current sort of budgeted allocation, but that might be around a picnic area. It will have water, and we'll have a water bubbler for people and dogs, and that's included in the project cost. And currently, though we don't have, there's no electrical supply considered at this time, but they're things which might be improved over time as some kind of stage 2.
Thank you very much for that. And also, will this particular dog park, off-lead dog park, will this also go out for consultation as part of the statutory requirement under 5? Or is this, we're just going to do it if this gets up today?
Through you, Lord Mayor, obviously with any of the things, if there's an opportunity to engage with users, that would potentially improve assist with the design process. But we would be keen to sort of come up with a kind of an optimised design prior to that.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, as I said during Councillor Lohberger's amendment, it was a really difficult decision for me to make over the weekend, and I just sort of sat on the fence for a while about this particular decision. But I did note with interest the dog park, and I went and had a look with staff and other elected members around a potential space. I spoke about this a long time ago and how much I love soccer. I grew up with soccer, I played soccer, I represented Tasmania in soccer when I was a youth. It's part of my family, it's part of my upbringing. But even then, from 2018, when I was first elected, up until now, I've always voted to keep the dogs off the soccer field. Still knowing, as a former soccer player, how important it is to have a really wonderful pitch. But I look at this particular report that we have today, Lord Mayor, and hearing the information that's been provided by our staff, having a look at the alternative that's been provided, I'm leaning towards supporting dogs off South Hobart Oval. And I know that won't go down very well. I know that there's been a lot of consultation done over my time being an elected member, and I know the staff have tried to the best of their ability to consult with the community at large. And I've also had conversations with various different people in our community, individuals who have a disability who are a little bit scared to go into that space for fear of dogs, adults with children who are scared of dogs and don't want to go into that space. So when you spoke earlier about the fact that we need to make this space a community space that is available to the broadest community, I think to myself, there are so many other communities that would like to access that space that at the moment potentially are not able to. And it's with a heavy heart that I make this decision. It was not a decision made easily. It was not a decision made lightly. If for many of you who do know me, I like to read a lot, and I do like to make my decisions on evidence, and I do like to talk to all of you, and I tried my best to do that. It was a really difficult decision to make, but I am in support of what the staff are putting forward. I do understand both of the opinions from all sides, and I think I said it earlier to an elected member, when a decision is made tonight, it's time to grieve and it's time to heal.
Further discussion on the proposal?
Lord Mayor, you mentioned earlier around how the concept of maximum use of sharing public facilities, and I do absolutely agree with that. That is the principle we aim for, but it can't be a free-for-all. We have to think about the compatibility and also manage risk. And I'm just trying to think about the principle you're talking about, the maximum sharing, and that from putting my sort of risk management hat on. When we're at the Aquatic Centre, for example, we can't have a free-for-all there. There has to be rules and policies in place to manage risk. And one of those rules are that a young, you know, and I think the rule is under 5 years old, they must literally be accompanied by a parent or guardian physically in the pool. And I've seen kids had to be taken out of the pool because they're not accompanied. That's managing risk. That's what we have to do. We can't maximise the use of land and facilities till the cows come home, because we have responsibilities too. So whilst that's something we work towards, it has to be mitigated, it has to be managed. And we have been, the legal something is definitely something that really seriously plays on my mind, because this isn't a out of the blue unforeseeable risk. These are risks that we've been told about. It's not something that might happen. Dog attacks and injuries are things that are happening. They already are. We can't act dumb when it goes wrong and pretend we didn't know, because it's a completely foreseeable risk. I think it's unfair to also pin these developments on personality issues, because the conflict is so deep and the compatibility issues are so inherent that regardless of whatever personalities, there is going to be conflict. And people feel passionate about it, and I can completely understand why. Soccer deserves to have a great ground. They don't have that at the moment. It's an exploding sport. It's a great community. Other sports that use the oval, because I do stress that this decision doesn't mean that the South Hobart Oval is exclusively owned by the South Hobart Football Club or by any training schools. It's everyone's oval, but we have to put in place policies. And on the other side, the dog owners also deserve great space too. And I said when I was talking to the dog owners months ago, I said that I would not support the removal of dogs unless there was an alternative, a decent alternative. It might not be a 10 out of 10 soccer pitch standard, but that's completely unreasonable expectation. You can't have a sporting ground for your dogs to poo on. It isn't their toilet. But there should be an alternative, and that's absolutely what we're doing. And hearing from Mr Halliday about what the plans are, I'm excited by that. And there's $180,000 budgeted already to make that happen. And I'm prepared absolutely to commit more funding to make that a priority and to make it a great space. So no one's doing without. There is an alternative in place. In terms of the Lord Mayor reference to a sort of backflip, in terms of my mind, the council and the officers as well were actually building bravery over the past months to make what they knew would be the right decision. This decision is probably one of the hardest, in the top 3 hardest I've experienced so far. So I think it's actually been, they've known, and a lot of us have known the right thing to do all along. It's a matter of getting brave. And some people might remember that I stood up and moved a foreshadowed motion that we get the dogs off and do an alternative months ago when this first came to council. We've been through all of this before. And I'll also note that in the report 4.66, the officer report says South Hobart Primary School does not allow dogs on their grounds due to a desire to preserve the grounds and facilities for use by their students and due to hygiene concerns about the dog faeces on the oval and the impact on staff health. The school doesn't allow it. for very obvious reasons. So there's no reason why sporting community and other recreation, not just sport, whether it's kids, doing frisbee or whatever else, there's no reason why if the school feels that way, why this other community shouldn't also benefit from the same standard. So there is an alternative being offered. I absolutely support any investment in that alternative being made a great space that in a year or two, when the dust settles, people are actually quite happy with the arrangements, and this inherent conflict is finally resolved.
Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I've got a question with regard to Nutgrove Beach. I understand that we support the recommendation from a member of the community or members of the community about aligning that with the management in Clarence with regard to times where dogs off lead, and we agree with that suggestion, but we don't have any money for the sign. So I found that a bit weird in the report that we haven't got any money for the sign. Can we just clarify this? What's going on with the sign? And it said it would be budgeted for 27-28. Through you to the...
Zabi's.
Thank you.
Zabi? Yeah.
Yes, Mayor. So it sounds like a very simple proposition to change the signs at this ground. My initial comment is that...
At the beach.
If we change from...
Beach, I think it was.
Not the ground. I'm talking about signs at Nutgrove Beach.
Sorry. It's been a long day already. The reference to daylight savings hours to a change to specific months would mean that this particular area would be out of step with the 5 other areas that are also pegged to daylight savings times. So query whether the elected members would prefer to make that change across the board for consistency. It's also not necessarily clear that this would be accepted by the community. In terms of the actual dollars and cents that would take for that to happen, yes, it could be done. It could be done reasonably easily with a bit of a sticker, so I'm told by Mr Black. But the broader proposition about changing all the signs in that area could be as high as $15,000. We'd need time to organise it basically and to predict it and budget for it.
Okay, all right, I'm happy with that answer. The next item I'd like to quickly look at is compliance and enforcement when it comes to dogs. I walk on the Hobart Rivulet regularly, multiple times a week, possibly sometimes two times a day, and there is a compliance issue. Generally, most people have their dogs on lead, but how are we dealing with compliance issues with dogs off lead along places, especially where there's wildlife? Through you,
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Our Animal Management Office, or team that is managed by Ms Turner, have limited resources, and the reality is that they respond to the most extreme situations that get reported to them in terms of dog attacks, for example. We do not have the level of resources that we would take to continue to monitor some of these areas where there is a higher biodiversity risk. So, for example, the area near McFarlane Street, where it's posed to prohibit dogs in a particular area, is due to the risk of dogs hopping into the rivulet, and there's a risk to the platypus in that area. So that's a direct response to accepting that we cannot have a person stationed down there to manage dogs and make sure that they're not doing the wrong thing.
It relies on dog owners to police themselves. Okay, all right. Now, with regard to the South Hobart Oval, I'm not putting a motion into this debate. I'm not panicking, as you suggested we might have been. And because it's an election year, that hasn't had an effect on me either. So this is purely based on the clear arguments as presented in the report and the compatibility of having dogs on this football ground. So that's what's helped me make my decision tonight. But I also received emails suggesting that the football club should move so that the dog owners that could occupy the ground. I found emails like that really quite, they didn't help influence me other than influence me the other way. But what we've got is a lot of options for dogs, or some options for dogs. We don't have options for the football club to move. They've been there since, 1910, I think it is. 115 years they've been at that ground. So I think they've got a claim to that ground. a strong, long, proud history of that ground. And I'm not a member of the club or anything. I'm not a big sports fan, but I do support healthy communities through access to sports grounds for their activities, for sporting activities. There'll be increasing use of that ground, I hope, into the future as they develop their new sports facilities, which will accommodate in a far better and more effective way female sport players, male and female change rooms, a higher quality of change rooms, up to scratch, up to speed, meeting compliance. So that's a good thing that hopefully will encourage more kids to get involved in competitive sport and hopefully build a healthy, vibrant society based around physical health and mental health, which can't go hand in hand. So while I do feel for the dog walkers, I just see the need to remove the dogs from the ground. I see the future being a ground that's well used and continues to be well used by the community, by the local kids and parents and whoever else wants to use that ground for physical activity or just, you know, lounging around. And it's a good ground for that. It's a lovely ground. I would like to see it be a successful club into the future with its drive into the, you know, its push into the second division. So we have this lovely ground that's well used by this code. I don't go to AFL either, by the way. But I just see from a compatibility perspective, this is a soccer ground. It's got a high level team that plays there as well as juniors and other teams on the site. There's, I don't know how many, I've heard quotes from, you know, 700 to 600 players that use that ground. So I do have sympathies for the football club to continue using that ground without any sort of encumbrance or effects from dogs on the ground. So my vote tonight will be to remove the dogs from the ground.
Alderman Zuko.
I just have two questions first, and I just want to make sure I've read the report, I understand it, but we're definitely going to be upgrading Wesley Park on the 1st of July. Is this correct or incorrect?
Through Lord Mayor, the recommendation is included on the report tonight. That body of work is endorsed as part of our capital works program for this year, but it's in the 1B category, so it's not currently proposed to be funded, which is why it's proposed as a recommendation. And if that is endorsed by elected members, then those works will be done by that date so that the dogs have somewhere else to go.
Okay, thank you. I'm a dog owner. Got 2 dogs, cat, 20 chickens, probably got about 100 wallabies on my property and plus more, a few blue-tongued lizards floating around, who knows, a brown snake. But we're talking about dogs and dog exercising. The 2021 census, over 5,000, nearly 6,000 people live in South Hobart, which is notable significant parkland, and which is nearly about 8% of the 9 square kilometres of area. Why is that significant? If we are truly wanting to exercise our dogs, then the walk between South Hobart Oval and Wesley Park is 12 minutes. So it's about dog exercise, isn't it? So we've got a big area of landmass in South Hobart. We've got plenty of parks. And if we approve the funding, and there's already one elected member who said they're prepared to put more funding into it, and actually I'm prepared to put more funding into it because I think it's a good thing to do. Said, I'm a dog owner, have been a dog owner all my life. Now, if I was living in South Hobart, near the Oval, and I walked my dog 12 minutes, I've done the dog more justice. I've provided an extra 12 minutes of exercise to the ground, to Wesley Park, and back again. Knowing my dogs, if I did that and then they ran around for maybe half an hour or an hour, they'd get home, they'd be exhausted, and they'd probably sleep all day and not bark and annoy the next door neighbour. This debate's been around for years. honestly, it doesn't work when you want to have people on a sporting field and dog exercising. Wouldn't it be better? What next? Like, let's hypothetically say we do the Wesley Park and it's a dog-friendly area. Just imagine what it'd be like if 40 soccer players jumped on the ground and started kicking the soccer ball around. Poor old dogs would go absolutely ballistic. Allow the dogs their own space. If you really care for your dog, the 12-minute walk from where you are around that area would do your dog justice. But how about those people that live on the other side of Wesley Park or up the top end? See, everyone's thinking about themselves here rather than everybody in South Hobart and rather than the dogs and their real well-being. And we like to be selective in our reports and talking about reports. Burnie City Council. Dogs are not permitted on recreation sporting reserves. Clarence City Councils. Dogs are prohibited on any playing area of sports ground. Devonport Council. Dogs, except for guide dogs or assistance animals, are prohibited on all sports grounds. Kingborough Council. City of Launceston. So, we can be selective and call out Victoria Park, Collingwood football ground. Well, what do you expect? If you're a Collingwood supporter, you probably enjoy it, but probably not on the Essendon football ground. We don't do those things up there. Anyway, look, Lord Mayor, I'm sorry. Look, I think we've covered this extensively for quite a considerable amount of time. We've spent a hell of a lot of officer time on this. They've come up with this recommendation. We approved the $180,000, and let's get on with really allowing the dogs to have some peace and tranquility at Wesley Park. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the dogs, not about the humans. And what we're doing here is we're allowing the humans to control the dogs.
Councillor Posselt.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Just some questions that Councillor Harvey raised in my mind. Is it possible for us to provide more resourcing to the team so that we can have effective ranges? I'm seeing dogs on Long Beach in the height of summer, and there's no one being fined for it. So is that possible?
CEO?
I think it's best to have the manager of the area just talk to this, please.
Yeah, so we did provide an analysis of ranger numbers in comparison to all other councils in a previous report, and we are consistent with other councils with respect to our number of rangers compared to our number of dogs. Obviously, as the manager of the area, we'd love to see additional resources, but whether or not they are warranted, our animal management officers do regular proactive patrols. We do focus our patrols on areas where we get the most amount of complaints. So we are subject really to members of the public advising us of the hot areas, but even where they're not hot areas, we still regularly patrol there. But with 2 officers, we can't be in all places at all times.
Thank you. So just to clarify, we have 2 dog management control officers for the entire municipality? Thank you. And can I clarify as well that in a workshop recently, we were told there is emerging evidence that the behaviour of dog owners' compliance has changed post-COVID, and appears that compliance has decreased since that time in an officer report. Is that correct?
That's probably through you, Lord Mayor, outside my area of expertise to speak on. It's certainly not something that we're seeing as a result of our patrols, so we don't have data that would support that.
Further discussion? Can I just ask? Oh, sorry. Can I just ask a couple of questions about 7? Just can the director or Mr. Holliday just explain how the Mountain Run event would be impacted by the fence?
Through you, Lord Mayor, the Mountain Run, one of its starting points is from the proposed location, or close by the proposed location for the the new Wesley Park area. And I understand there has been consultation with the organisers of the Kunyani Mountain Run to make sure that the proposed configuration would have no impact on the start of that event.
So, but they have more than just a start. They have an entire sort of fair and seating area, which I know it takes up that entire space.
Yes, but the advice that we have is that this design would work well, or wouldn't impede the setup for the race start.
Okay, and but does that include their fair and their?
That includes, I understand, all aspects of the race start.
And that advice is from who?
That's the advice that I've had from a design team who've been working, and our race team as well, who specifically spoke to the organiser.
All right. Would the Wellesley Park Oval be required to have a DA? Would there be a DA for the new park, the fencing and stuff?
No. Through you, Lord Mayor, our understanding is it wouldn't be required.
And sorry, last one. So when are we planning to sort of consult with the community around there on it?
Through you, Lord Mayor, as I indicated, once we have done our sort of technical design, there would be an opportunity to engage with user groups to ensure that it meets need.
Oh, and the local area, yeah.
Just a couple of questions, Lord Mayor, through you to the acting director. How many times a year is the run?
Through you, Lord Mayor. It's a two-day event at the stage.
Two-day event. How many times a year?
Yearly, once.
Once a year. Two-day event, once a year.
Correct.
Have we designed the fencing around the oval as yet? Have we designed the fencing around the oval, Wesley Park yet?
We have, correct.
We have?
We have we've got primarily the initial design done. Yeah.
Okay. The last question, Lord Mayor, could the even though it's at design stage, could it have wide gates for runners to run through?
Through you, Lord Mayor, correct.
Thank you.
We have all that.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I can answer your question, by the way. The reason this has been changed, the whole attitude, is because the attack that was on this lady who was exercising on the ground, and to the officers' credit, they've set up, looked at the situation, and this was a big red flag. And we've seen a few other big red flags happen in Australia lately, that it takes an event sometimes or something for us to get a jolt and go, woo, you know, something's not quite right here. And that sets off a chain reaction of really analysing, looking deep and saying why these things happen. So that's the answer to that. I know if I was a dog owner, I would love to have a Wellesley Park facility. And hearing what Mr Holliday said there, wow, what a pampered lot of dogs these will be. You know, if the South Hobart remain at South Hobart, a lot of that won't happen. So I think people should look at the context of that. You're going to risk a whole lot of other good things that are going to be happening here up at Wellesley Street if this was not to happen. Look, just finally, the big thing here to me is that as elected member, under the Local Government Act, we must act in the best interests of the community. And we can't act for a small bubble in the community. As long as we've got this division of sin there, with this dogs here, it's going to divide the community. We've seen enough of that in this term of council, and this is just going to keep going on and on and on. And as long as dogs remain on South Hobart Oval, there will be conflicts, there will be angst, there will be bitterness, and as this all grows and more dogs become around, or whatever the situation goes, it's just going to wedge this whole community. And we as elected members, have got to act in the best interest of the community. And it's not going to go away. There's a perfectly good solution. And if dogs remain on the oval there, we're negating our primary duty. Quite frankly, if they remain there, it'll end up being a dog's breakfast. I will not support this motion.
Lord Mayor, just a few questions. The first question I have, it is my understanding that the ground has been used by dog owners for the last 20 years or so. Do you have any file notes of dog attacks that has happened on the Oval?
Through you, Lord Mayor, an incident involving a dog and a person was reported to us indirectly late last year. That the person who was involved in that attack chose not to come forward, and so no enforcement action was taken.
So just a clarification, only one incident in the 20 years?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I might throw to Ms Turner to see whether she's aware of any other incidents.
Through you, Lord Mayor, I'm not aware of any formal reports, although anecdotally we have had a number of incidents reported to us.
Thank you. Thank you. The other question is, with regards to Wesley Park, how accessible is it? What about parking? And is it safe for a 9-year-old girl to take the dog there for a walk by herself?
Through Lord Mayor, I'll leave others to judge the suitability or otherwise of sending their 9-year-old child to a park by themselves. We do accept that it doesn't have as much parking as the South Hobart Oval, and as Alderman Zuko said, there are various walking options to get to that ground.
Is it easily accessible? Is that, I just want clarification.
I feel like I'm being drawn into the debate, Lord Mayor.
Maybe the CEO can answer. Is it an accessible, will it be designed for general,
it's a tough
accessibility
look,
standards?
it's a tough question to answer in that sense, as obviously that's relative to whomever's asking. Like, it's certainly available and accessible to persons wanting to use it. It's as was alluded to earlier, it's slightly further from the centre of the suburb than the current South Hobart Oval, but again, it is able to be accessed and utilised.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me respond to some of the reasons that have been given on this argument. You know, I have my own point of view on this, and I have an alternative view, and I respect those who have spoken with regards to supporting this. I quite understand, and that's your position. And it is for the members to vote. If it's voted for, then that's the decision, you know, we have to accept. But we are entitled to express our views here. All of us have had experience with dog, I'm sure, those of us sitting around this table. So, you know, none of us, I think, would be in a position to say, all right, you know, I have had no experience. So I bring that experience as well. But let me share some of my points. Point number one, I think it has been a long-standing community use. Now, the South Hobart has been used for more than 20 years as a shared space for both organised sport and informal recreation, including dog exercise. There has been no permanent physical separation of the ground, and community members have relied upon this open access for more than 20 years. A complete prohibition represents a significant departure from established practice and legitimate community expectations. The fact that the Hobart City Council has permitted permitted long-standing shared use and an abrupt and total exclusion requires clear, compelling, and proportionate justification. That's point number one. There's a practice been there for a long time. And to suddenly say, no, it's not, it is too harsh a decision. Point number two, public open space principles. Council-owned land is land for the benefit of the whole community, not solely organised or organised sport only or a particular club. Unless South Hobart Oval has been formally reclassified as a single-purpose restricted sporting facility, I believe it remains a public open space. A blanket ban effectively converts a public space into a single-use facility, which raises legitimate policy questions about equality of access. That hasn't been done, so you know that could be challenges. Point number three, proportionality. of response with regards to this particular risk or issue that we have. The stated concerns include dog attacks, surface damage caused by dogs digging, dogs urinating, management of dog feces left by dog owners, elite spotting ground, and liability risk. Now, a total prohibition, most restricting the dog owners not to use the ground is, in my view, is too harsh a decision to make. We could have used a number of other decisions and then finally arrived at that if it didn't work. Point number 4, consistency with previous staff position. It is my understanding that some months ago, as already been mentioned, it was the use of status quo. Now, I have asked a number of questions, and a lot of the questions have been in the negative, that there is no evidence. Now, if we have to make a decision to change and totally prohibit, then we need some new and compelling evidence. Evidence to support that this decision is based on this evidence, but it's lacking. It could be an assertion, it could be the evidence provided by another group, but you know, how much evidence have we have got? And I've asked the questions and I've been told that there are no evidence. Point number 5, risk and liability arguments. Councils routinely manage risk across multiple public activities, including sporting injuries, playground accidents, public events, and so forth. May I request for 3 minutes extension, please?
Moved by Alderman Bloomfield, seconded by Councillor Coates. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now, again, with respect to risk and liability, we have had the insurance company, we have had legal advice, and the legal advice is not really strong. And it does not categorically say that we need to have prohibition and total restriction. And the interesting thing is that the insurance, which was read by the Deputy Mayor, is very clear about it. If there is risk, then we've got to alert people of the risk. Point number 6, elite sporting use does not automatically override community use. If the Oval is described as the city's only regional level soccer ground, then key questions arise. How frequently is this used? And we are told only 3 times a year. What proportion of the year is required for elite competition? Again, only 3 times. So for me, this is proportionately quite a drastic decision that we are making here. And point number 7, surface damage claims requires evidence. Claims the dog caused unacceptable turf degradation, caused irreparable grass burn, and it goes on and on. And for me, what I'm saying is that till today, I have not received evidence that convinces me that the damage done by the dogs in proportion is much higher than weather or sport boots and so forth. And therefore, in conclusion, point number 8, social and well-being should be considered. Public spaces play a critical role in mental health, social connection, and dog ownership well-being. Removing access disproportionately can affect elderly residents, because I've spoken to a number of them. Those who are 80 plus, it's difficult to access the place. Residents without private yards, people who rely on nearby open space for daily exercises, and policy decisions should balance physical asset protection with social well-being. Therefore, in conclusion, I say that a total prohibition of dogs at all times on South Hobart Oval removes long-standing shared community access, represents the most restrictive regulatory option, may be disproportionate to the stated risk, it appears inconsistent with the prior staff recommendation, and it shifts a public open space to an exclusive use. And I think a more balanced approach should be the way to go. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I note that we have been debating this item for coming up to 2 hours, and the gallery is starting to empty. Who are here for a decision, in fact, and emblematic of this entire debate, we have 15 other items, including entire neighbourhood lamp plans. I move that this motion be put.
So that's a motion that just takes us straight to a vote. It's a procedural motion, so I'll see if there's a seconder for that. I think there's only a couple more people to speak, but seconder for that? Oh, we've got to split the vote too.
Not if the procedural motion gets through. Procedural motion.
I'm just advised that if we wanted to split the vote, we'd have to put it as the motion as it is rather than separate it out. Anyway.
What of order, Lord Mayor? Has a procedural motion been put?
I've just been waiting
on a
for
procedural motion, it cannot be debated.
Alderman Zuko, you don't have to tell me how to
Well,
run the meeting.
I'm just saying,
Please
put the motion.
Sit down. I was waiting for a seconder,
Right,
and then I was waiting for some advice from the CEO. So the seconder is Councillor Dutta. Okay, so all those in favour of the procedural motion, this is just the procedural motion, that the motion be put, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no. No. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Basalt,
Against.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, motion lost.
Okay. Councillor Posselt.
Very good. Thank you, Lord Mayor. This issue has been on our agenda since before the election, basically. So we're coming up to another election, and I'm fairly confident that I had interactions with both South Hobart dog owners and the football club around this time some 4 years ago. As I referenced in my procedural motion, the amount of time that we have dedicated to a single field is becoming somewhat ridiculous, which is what is mentioned within this report. That, as Councillor Harvey put it, it's not so much a litigation issue, but a compatibility issue, that the conflict remains ongoing, as strong as ever, that officers and council members cannot show up to have a private meeting without being ambushed by people who have been tipped off that that meeting is happening. This is not an okay thing to be happening in South Hobart. Now, I have many friends. I don't live in South Hobart. The South Hobartians know that. But I do have many, many friends. The majority of my friendship group is in South Hobart, and I spend a lot of time in South Hobart. And I remember telling some of the people on either side of this debate that this is one of the most difficult decisions that we've had to make in this term of council, and being openly laughed at, because apparently it's very easy, depending on which side of the fence you're on, of course. It's easy for the soccer guys, it's easy for the dog owners, it's really not so easy when you're stuck in the middle. We cannot allow the conflict to continue. Conflict is inherently bad for communities. It results in a us versus them mentality, when in fact this is a small issue for the city. We're running a capital city. We have transport to consider, we have environment, climate change, water quality, stormwater, fire, flood. These are the things that cities manage. Yes, we manage dogs as well, but we only have 2 dog compliance officers for the entire municipality, and yet we have spent hours and hours and hours contemplating, devouring information from both sides, going on walking tours, meeting with the club, meeting representatives of the club outside of the Oval to discuss considerations, and then trying to find some sense of balance by talking to community members who are not involved in either, who don't have dogs and don't play soccer. In fact, friends that I have that probably hate organised sport, I would suggest. And even they think that dogs probably don't belong, and that they don't want to take their kids to the Oval because there are off-lead dogs there. And I think that this has been lost in this debate. There is an unheard voice to all of this. And they are families like mine who are not comfortable to have their 3-year-old and their 6-year-old in an off-lead dog park at all. This year I've already attended one 2-year-old who had a wolfhound have its head in its mouth. That is a life-changing injury for the 2-year-old, who is an innocent party. The dog was put down and everybody was traumatised. If that ever was to happen on Darcy Street Oval, and I had said I am happy to mix dogs and people off-lead in an area that's meant to be for community. It's a beautiful surface. It's right next to a children's park. It's a place where community should be able to go and feel safe and feel welcomed. And what is missing is that the dogs are prohibiting a cohort of people from going there who do not want their children endangered by off-lead animals that they don't know. And just like other people around this table have said, I love dogs. When we're walking in the street with the boys and everything is in control, Ruben, thanks, Lord Mayor, I'll have another 3 minutes if that's okay.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously.
When I'm in the street with my kids, with my 3-year-old, just 3, he was only 2, not a short time ago, he loves to pat a dog. We ask the owners, is your dog safe? Can they have a pat? And we stop and we have a pat and a little play with the dogs, and it's beautiful. But the dog is under effective control, it's fully supervised, and I can control my children. If Ruben is chasing a ball on the Oval and a large dog decides that it wants the ball, well then what? We're putting dogs above the community here. We are putting dogs above people, and fundamentally we are putting dogs above children, because they are the cohort that are most likely not to use the space because there are dogs on it. So the argument that the soccer club is taking the Oval away from community is not fair and not founded. The idea that the space should be well used by everybody. Well, guess what? More than 600 children live in South Hobart, but we're going to prioritise the 600 animals over the 600 small humans on that space. And I'm sorry I'm getting passionate, because this has been horrendous. The way the community have behaved has been horrendous. The way that some elected members have behaved has been horrendous. We are people around this table that have
It's an attack on all the elected members.
I said some.
Still, I haven't. My point of order is there hasn't been anyone around this table tonight doing anything.
Not tonight, not tonight, Lord Mayor, but if it helps, Alderman Zuko will withdraw and apologise to elected members.
Thanks, Councillor Posselt. That makes it easier.
I'll withdraw that remark. I apologise. As I said, I am passionate about this because the little boy that had half his head torn apart by a dog that I had to go and see impacts on me. It impacts on me, and it impacts on my concern for children all over. And I said when everyone around the table knows that I said I would run for Lord Mayor, and in that article I said that I will be concerning myself with the children born tomorrow, and this is part of that. Kids should be able to play safely in a space unencumbered by large off-lead dogs. And I'm really sorry to the dog walkers, but we're going to build you a fantastic facility in a different location that's always available 100% of the time. You can take your dog anywhere. It will become a vibrant meeting place for the community. It will be safe because there's passive surveillance increases because there's more people there, because it's activated. It is accessible. There is parking, there's 2 car parks and 2 other roads, so there's 4 roads that access this place. I think it is fear of change, fear of the unknown that has led to such a heated debate. But what I'd say is that dog people matter, dog exercise matters, the happiness that pets bring to people matter, which is why the council is willing to invest, as I've said, $500,000, but the report says 180 at this stage, into building you probably the best dog park in all of Hobart. And I'm sorry if you're not happy with that. I don't have anything to say if you're not happy. So I'll be voting with officer recommendations for the safety of children and to remain as an oval that is accessible for all people at all times, not just for animals.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I'm glad I've got to speak. I would have been silenced if you'd all agreed to the earlier motion. I wanted to firstly point out that I do believe that the dog attack, firstly, I would suggest did not happen at South Hobart Park. So is it really fair to give that as an example tonight? I don't think so. But more importantly, I think too, we've discussed things such that to suggest that the shared premise is different, new, unusual. I have a number of councils in Australia that already do this. In Melbourne, we have Port Phillip Council, Melbourne, Yarra, Stonington, Bayside, Boroondara, Monash, Whitehorse, Merribeck, Moonee Valley, Banny Rule, Maribyrnong, Brimbank, Kingston, Glen Eira. In Sydney, we have City of Sydney, Woollahra, Waverley, North Sydney, Willoughby, Lane Cove, Hunters Hill, Burwood, Inner West. And so it goes on, and there's another 12 in Adelaide to continue on. So it is actually remarkably common to have shared sports ovals. They often employ a time-based share basis, as we had put forward in the earlier amendment. So to suggest that this is somehow unique and special is unfair to this argument. To suggest that because a horrible, horrible accident has recently occurred, that somehow that horrible, horrible thing is also going to occur in a park that in 20 years has not had an accident remotely close to such a thing is also unfair. What is appropriate is to consider the fact that we do have a community so impassioned and so interested in being able to share a facility, share like adults, to the point where they are prepared to volunteer significant time and have demonstrated for weeks on end that they are doing so to ensure that they can be good neighbours with their sports contenders is frankly unfair, and I feel that I cannot, until this is properly addressed, deal with this. Thank you.
Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I wanted to start my contribution tonight by acknowledging the friends and members of the South Hobart community that are in the chamber to hear the debate tonight. I can see that there's both dog owners, dog supporters, community members and soccer advocates alike. But to me, we're not just talking about a management plan tonight. We're talking about the soul of our suburb. It's a way of life in South Hobart. For decades, the South Hobart Recreation Ground has been a place where the kids hang out, the dogs run and soccer is played. I've listened to the anger, I've seen the emails, and I know that for many of you this oval is your backyard. This is my neighbourhood as well, and I feel the pain. But I'm concerned that in our passion to protect what we have, we're losing sight of what we're about to lose. Last time we sat in this chamber, we looked for that compromise and we kept the status quo. We asked for transparency through an online calendar, but the transparency backfired. Instead of fostering sharing, it highlighted the scarcity of the time allocated to this ground, and it has turned the community space into a spreadsheet of us versus them instead. The community is angry because they can see in black and white how often the field is unavailable to them. But we need to be honest as well. The South Hobart Soccer Club is not a faceless developer. They're our children, our neighbours. They're a historic part, an important part of our suburb's identity. To vilify a club that adds such an immense value to our community is not only unfair, but it's hugely counterproductive. Soccer is the sport of South Hobart. To those who are spending their energy reviewing old planning applications and litigating the past, I urge you to stop. Looking backward will not save a single hour of off-lead time. The office recommendation tonight is a huge change. They're recommending the removal of dogs from the oval entirely to prioritise formal sport and general recreation. But I've been told that this will lead to more access for the general community once the dogs are gone. But I know that for the dog owning community, that feels like an eviction. So I want to be clear, tonight I will be voting against the officer recommendation because I have to believe in the South Hobart way, which is sharing and making room for one another. But I'm also a realist. I can read the room, and I know that tonight the vote will go ahead to remove the dogs. And if that happens, South Hobart, you face a choice. We can spend the next 5 years in a cycle of resentment, divisive debate, or we can pivot. We are trying to help. The council wants to help. They want to close the door on this chapter. We've provided this proposal for the new dedicated off-lead facility. And I know some of you say it's not what you want, and maybe it's not what you want, but is it what the majority don't want? Are you really going to turn down this opportunity? Because if the Oval is transitioned to a sporting community precinct, this new facility is our lifeline to the community that you know. If we reject that too, then we risk ending up with nothing, no Oval access and no new park. The council is looking for a new sports ground policy and reviewing the precinct plan. My focus and your focus must now shift to ensuring that if the Oval becomes a dedicated sporting and recreation ground, that recreational and community use are kept safe, that the community is promised meaningful, frequent and protected access to this Oval, that the gate is left open so our children can walk through on the way to school. We must ensure that community access isn't just a line in a report, but a lived reality. We need to hold the council accountable to build a world-class off-lead space that actually serves your needs. I also wanted to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who's been a part of this campaign. This is grassroots in action. Thank you to both sides of the debate, to Sky, to Susan, Jenny, Tansy and Vicky Morton. I know how much this debate means to you, and I think the time that we've put into this debate tonight should reflect both the complex nature of it and how seriously we've taken our decisions. But please, let's stop vilifying the soccer club. This is not a big corporate takeover of the suburb. So tonight I stand with the tradition of sharing. Regardless of the vote, I will stand for the future of South Hobart's green spaces. We must maintain a suburb as a place where everyone belongs. Thank you.
Further discussion? There being none, I think I'll move on the vote now. So I'm going to propose that we start with, and we have a mover and a seconder, so we don't need to get those again, but we go 1, 2, 3, 4 first. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Say no. Carried unanimously. Item 5, which is essentially promoting the new amended areas. All those in favour. Oh. Yes, that is what I'm doing.
But there's also includes all of these other.
Yeah. So would.
So I think. Sorry, Lord Mayor. What I heard earlier was that you would like to split out specifically. Attachment C includes the restriction of the dogs on South Hobart Oval, but also includes matters relating to the cenotaph, John Doggett. You know, so I think it's a matter of splitting it out to say all other say with the exception of the South Hobart Oval, and then one with the South Hobart Oval.
All right. So based on the CEO's advice, all those in favour of 5 as it relates to everywhere except the South Hobart Oval, say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Sorry, do that again.
So this is item 5, relating to all the other items except from the South Hobart Oval. So this includes changes on the cenotaph, Nutgrove Beaches times.
So did I just do the right thing then? Yes. Okay.
Okay, now then we're going to have a new...
Yeah, another 5, which will be just for the South Hobart Oval.
Okay, so this is a new 5?
Well,
or a 5A?
5A.
Okay, a 5A, which is the same wording but related specifically
Point to
to
order, Lord Mayor. You're adding another. It's like an amendment. I'm very good.
You've asked to split the vote.
Split the bill.
Lord Mayor, could we just have possibly an additional clause here that says we vote for everything except those who choose not to support, but put that as a separate item.
Taking the advice of the officers, no thank you. We'll take the advice of the officers. I'm happy to proceed with the advice of the CEO. Yeah, I know, for your point of order. But what was the point of order exactly?
Well, I was standing, I called the
Sorry.
Councillor Harvey.
The point of order is that, yes, you're adding a 5A, but there's been no amendment to add a 5A.
It's not an amendment, it's just a...
Well, you're changing the motion.
Alderman Zuko, it's not a
All right,
point
I'm not
of
going to
order.
argue.
Okay.
Do things that way.
So based on the advice, it's 5A is exactly the same wording except related to the changes to the South Hobart Oval as proposed by the officers. All those in favour of that part of it say aye. Aye. Again, say no.
Aye.
No. All those in favour, raise your hands.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Persault, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Lord Mayor. That motion is carried.
Great. Now, item 6, all those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Carried unanimously. And item 7, which is approving the new park. All those in favour of that say aye. Again say no. Carried unanimously. All right. That item is now finished. Thank you everyone for coming. We might just leave 1 minute to allow people to leave. Adjourn now for dinner because it seems like a good time to do that. So if we could have a quick dinner, like no more than 15 minutes, get back earlier, that'd be great. So if someone would like to move the Macquarie Point Northern Access Road submission, moved by Councillor Dutton, seconded by Councillor Harvey. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Oh. Right, would anyone like to make any comments?
Look, yeah, Lord Mayor, when I looked at the plans at the workshop we had on it, I was a bit staggered, and we did have 2 goes at it with workshops, and I was a bit stunned of how much work is involved and how it's going to eat into the domain as well as the regatta area. So the prospects of having a retaining wall and a raised walkway on the turnpike, or whatever it's called, that area there, I thought it's just enormous amount of work. And how does that resolve? How does that sit with us as a council to think that they're going to be chopping parts of the domain up when how protected is the domain, and does that matter? So I was just surprised with the amount of work that needs to be done to complete this project. So the knock-on effects of a stadium, build this road, but not just the road, but the way it extends across to the other side where the aquatic centre is. So anyway, not that I can do anything about that. We guess see what happens as the plans evolve. But through you to the relevant director, Aaron. So what's the implications for our land on the domain side of the highway with all the earthworks? That's the only thing I wanted to raise, really.
Through you, Lord Mayor. At this stage, we expect that there will still be able to be access to that land, both for large vehicles to set up for larger style events, but also for members of the public to use it as parking. But we have raised some concerns about the division of the use of that land, particularly for the regatta function.
I'm talking about the aquatic side.
Oh, sorry.
I see they're going to take part of the road, the road that cuts around, and then you've got the underpass.
Sorry, maybe.
That they're going to put retaining walls in there. And I'd like to think that it's not going to be like a 10-metre retaining wall, because they've cut so much land away to allow big trucks to come around and come under.
Yes. Thank you. Through you, Lord Mayor. That is still being resolved through a progressively detailed design. I actually had a meeting today with Friends of the Soldiers Memorial Avenue and representatives from the Department of State Growth, trying to find a solution that works for basically to protect those trees in particular. And I think the best I can say at this point is that there are further investigations to be done, including engaging an arborist on the part of DSG to ensure that those trees will be protected. It looks indicative that there will be a retaining wall with a footpath at the top of that retaining wall, but it's hoped that that design will retain those trees.
Any further discussion on the submission?
Very quick question, just to reconfirm. The proposal that came forward was the removal of the rail link corridor, correct?
Lord Mayor, if this design is adopted, then inevitably the rail from a certain point will be removed.
Okay. I just want to put on the record that's the only reason why I'm actually voting for this. I don't have any general issues with it at all, other than the removal of the rail corridor. And I would hope that the state government, if they go down this pathway, try and reinstate a corridor into the city, because who knows what's going to happen in the future.
Further discussion on the submission? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 12 is the submission on the Southern Tasmanian Regional Land Use Strategy, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Any discussion on the submission?
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to quickly focus on 2.7 of the submission, and that's the environmental hazards and climate resilience. I think this is a really important piece of additionality that needs to happen, and I'm surprised that we actually have to criticise it in order to put things into this, the review. So could I just get some comments on how, through you to the director, on the seriousness of not including or not detailing enough the environmental hazards and climate resilience of the Southern Regional Land Use Strategy. Not our submission, but the thing we're responding to. Like, what's missing? How serious is it that they're not considering climate and the other word?
Ms. Abbey.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will just indicate to elected members that the state government has recently introduced Tasmanian planning policies, and they sit above the strategic, the STRILLIS, I can never remember the full words, and within that, the Tasmanian planning policies, they call out climate as something that's not dealt with as an individual issue. It's dealt with, they say, across the board, and the STRILLIS is, to an extent, has that same logic to it. And so our submission has tried to encapsulate the fact that while we can see that climate does cross over basically all of the elements of these strategic bodies of work, we don't feel like enough emphasis is placed on it. So it's not accurate to say that climate's not addressed. It is, but we do feel like there needs to be greater emphasis placed on specific items relating to the impacts of climate.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Look, I'm happy. I'm happy with the response here. I think it's really detailed, and I learnt a lot from reading it. So I'm very pleased that we did our workshop on it, and that I had the chance to read it prior to this meeting. So I can honestly say that I'm happy with your submission. I think it's covered a lot of stuff, and it's really clarified a lot of things in my mind that we don't go deep enough into this. This is just so important. And I think there's holes that I can identify that we've been talking about for decades, you know, to do with the consolidation of land and not continuing to push the urban growth boundaries, which is something that's been in all the various incarnations of this over the years. How do we get to the point where a state government actually understands you can't just keep expanding, that you've got to consolidate your urban growth and build within the boundary and not keep pushing outside of it? What's missing from the discussion? I'll get your opinion on that if I can.
I think it's a rhetorical
It is
question.
quite rhetorical, but it's an interesting discussion because we're going to see the same stuff year in, year out, and we're not going to really make any ground on trying to consolidate the urban growth boundary. Yeah, you got a response or not?
I think you'd be being drawn into the debate, maybe.
Because I want to hear what the officers are thinking about how we, you know, contain urban sprawl, I guess, basically.
Lord Mayor, in terms of the urban growth boundary, we have indicated previously that we did not agree to the expansion of the urban growth boundary and the action proposed by the action taken by the state government. On the broader question of what else can be done, there will be an implementation plan to follow this document, and we hope to be involved in the development of that body of work, and through that can hope to achieve some of the specific actions that we think will implement the areas of concern for you.
And yeah, one more question. Have we shared our submission with the other councils? Or do you all talk anyway with the other councils?
Look, it hasn't been endorsed by the council yet. We will share it once you
have
done your work.
Okay, yep. Good point. Yep.
Discussion, Alderman Bloomfield.
Look, page 42 of attachment A of 2.2, recognition of Hobart's metropolitan area role. I just wanted to make comment on that because this links all the way back to earlier recommendations that we put through that I have strong concerns actually affect the way we plan and work around our CBD. Because it talks about strengthening references to Hobart's role in hosting regionally significant institutions, and they particularly mention health, tertiary education, justice, cultural and government functions. Now, the bulk of those types of organisations actually don't pay rates. And we are already well aware that the amount of non-rated buildings within our CBD has jumped enormously comparatively to everything else, and it has to be paid for by business. So when we make these changes, we need to understand that it has huge consequences for businesses in the area, and we really should be remembering that this is an area that's designed predominantly for business, and these things should be the other way around. What we've done is we've recommended that these organisations are permitted use, and a lot of the retail things like bulky items and so forth are now going to be discretionary. And this is where this comes from. This is where this alludes to this area. So because of that, I would want to support this, but I cannot, because I need to ensure that our city is open for business, that our city welcomes business, concept, design and investment with open arms. This, I fear, welcomes charities and health organisations and youth educational facilities, of which predominantly they will not pay rates, and those left standing will be paying it for them, and that really isn't what we should be about. So I would like to see this part of the plan recommendation altered. Thank you.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to say thank you very much to the staff for this particular draft submission. I won't reiterate some of the stuff that Councillor Harvey has said, because I was going to go through it. But one of the things that I note at the beginning, it said that the Strellis does not explicitly reference or systematically demonstrate alignment with the Tasmanian planning policies, despite being required to do so under Section 12B of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act. So I just wanted to say thank you to the staff, and I think that's really, really quite important. Well, there's a whole array of different topics that are discussed in this particular submission, but I did just want to note the housing aspect as well, which was the housing affordability and key worker housing, and it does note some of the concerns because it doesn't sufficiently address planning's role in facilitating affordable and social housing, impacts of short stay visitor accommodation on housing supply, delivery mechanisms for key worker housing near services, and region-wide monitoring of housing supply and pipeline data. And I want to commend the staff on the recommendations that they've made as under that particular heading as well. I did also find it interesting, the particular commentary in this document around the Hobart's metropolitan role, and also developer contributions as well. I think that was really well done, and some of the recommendations within that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise on a number of matters. Firstly, to respond to Alderman Bloomfield's claims about the recognition of Hobart's metropolitan role, which the submission says that the city considers that stronger articulation of Hobart's capital city functions is required to guide regional planning decisions, and that we recommend strengthening references to Hobart's role in hosting regionally significant institutions such as health, tertiary education, justice, cultural and government functions. Now, Lord Mayor, if we're going to dissuade the capital city from being the centre of education, tertiary education, justice, cultural and government functions and health, you won't have a capital city. Business might as well be in a paddock, because the only reason that the capital city functions as it does and supports so many businesses in the CBD is because things like the hospital generate enormous numbers of people that need to come to the city every day for work, for appointments, and to visit patients or care for patients in the hospital. Now, that's not just limited to the hospital. We know that the Forest building, for example, will host 3,500 odd students plus staff, and that's in addition to the thousands of staff and the thousands of students that go to the Hedberg, to the Menzies and to IMAS, as well as CSIRO, which is another government function. If we were to remove the 30-odd thousand people that come into this CBD who form part of those services, whether it's providing the services or interacting with the services, businesses would not have anyone to visit their business. It is profoundly misguided to say that we should be focusing on rates for these properties, when in fact we're focusing on business activation by attracting people into the centre of the city. This is fundamentals of how capital cities operate. Now, the second thing I wanted to say on this submission, And to respond to Councillor Harvey as well in his question to the officers, although I'm not an expert, Councillor, I understand that things like investment in the rail corridor, transit-oriented development, we require the private sector to step up. We can upzone and do a whole host of zoning changes to support development along the corridor and in our CBD, and also in our poorly utilised land parcels, such as light industrial areas. But without investment in things like light rail, which does show significant transit-based investment from the private sector when compared to buses. Buses do not generate the same level of investment. So, Councillor Harvey, for me, one of the key things that we need to do to stop the urban sprawl and to attract the development that's required for urban infill is invest in transit infrastructure. That's my answer to your question, but as I said, I'm not an expert. So there were 2 points that I wanted to address, but all things considered, excellent submission from the officers and well heard from the workshop.
Okay, if there's any further discussion, I'll put this that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passault, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor.
And against?
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly. Motion carried.
Carried. We'll move on now to item 13, the Mount Nelson Local Area Neighbour Mobility Plan. Moved by Councillor Dutta, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Any discussion on this LAMP? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimous. Sorry. All those in favour, raise your hands.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passault, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, thank you, Councillor Kelly. Motion carried.
Okay, we'll move on now to item 14, the 12-month review, the Argyle-Campbell Street bike lanes. We had a workshop on this, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Discussion? Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Look, I just think it unfortunately hasn't worked out as a value for money proposition. I forget where I've heard it from, but I think it was from someone who's pretty heavily involved in transport planning, but I think we have 30,000 trips into Hobart every day. This is 250. It just, you know, if we could go back in time, I'm not sure that this would be the best usage of that quantum of funding, and I appreciate it was substantially a grant, but you know, when you ask for a grant, it means it's more difficult to get stuff for other purposes, and I think there could have been other ways that, in hindsight, this money could have been better spent towards.
Bloomfield.
Can I ask a question? In workshop, I remember clearly asking whether there'd been any consultation with the businesses in the area, how they were faring as a result of this installation, and I know that it hadn't been done, but has it since been done?
Mr. Vidal.
Through you, Lord Mayor, no, not specifically for this project, no.
So we haven't actually asked those who are impacted with this, and we're going ahead anyway. Because I've been approached by some of the quite substantial businesses in that area, some of which are simply waiting for their lease to expire so they can leave because they simply cannot access their client base, and others are hoping to goodness that the council changes so they might get further change. Those are very extreme views coming from businesses invested in that area, and I find it extraordinary that we're approving something when we haven't even done the work of actually establishing the impact. The impact cannot simply be how many cyclists use the area. It should be how did it impact the area? How would you like it if somebody decided to install something at your home or your own workplace and never asked you how you felt about it 3 years later or next month or last week? you wouldn't appreciate it, and certainly these people are not appreciating, and I think that's a very, very poor way of doing our work here. So I honestly feel that I should be looking at a foreshadowed motion to defer this to workshop so that the appropriate work is thus done.
Councillor Posselt.
No, thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise again to respond to Alderman Bloomfield's claims. So Campbell Street and Argyle Street is what we're looking at, and we're looking at the extension of protected lanes on both sections. Campbell Street, I'm going to go block by block. Campbell Street, the Penitentiary, Ambulance Tasmania, the Icon Centre, which has a very large car park for the size of its operations, the Tasmania Police and Law Court buildings, the hospital, our building, City Hall, and Dunn Street car park. So the only private enterprise that I'm aware of in that complex is the Icon, which do have patient drop-off facilities and a car park. Now, if we want to go back to Argyle, on Argyle Street, the Maritime Museum and Town Hall, the complex that has Pigeonhole, Bakers, etc., does not have a protected bike lane, nor does the Argyle Street block opposite the Royal. The protected bike lane starts, for all intents and purposes, in only one block, and that block has the University of Tasmania holdings opposite McDonald's. There is largely no customer-facing businesses that interact with either bike lanes.
Further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions to start. With the data in the report, the approximate 250 a day, does that include e-scooters?
Through you, Lord Mayor. The data set that we're using specifically counts wheeled devices, so it doesn't differentiate between scooters and cyclists.
So the answer is yes, it does include
It does
e-scooters.
include e-scooters, yes.
Okay, that'd be good. And are e-scooters allowed to use the bike lanes on that street, those streets?
Through you, Lord Mayor. It's a very interesting question. We're seeking further advice from the Transport Commission around that. We are unclear, so we're seeking further advice.
Okay. That's pretty embarrassing, I think, as an organisation if we don't know that. I know we had a realisation around Collins Street where we've put in hundreds of thousands of dollars of bike lanes and promoted them for e-scooters, and then it turns out it's illegal, so we're promoting illegal activity. And now we don't know the answer to this one, and the data we're looking at includes the e-scooters that are possibly using it illegally. So the data's kind of corrupt to start with. But what this does highlight is, I think, how poor our baseline was and how ideologically driven the activities around this council can be. We had no baseline data in terms of the before shot, the number of users. I mean, people will go and point to the Super Tuesday promoted thing, which no credible person would take a serious data set. And it's 250 across both Campbell and Argyle Street. So, and both those figures are about the same, 120 each on coming down Campbell and up Argyle. So realistically, because they're mirrored, that's the same. That's 125 people going to work and back from work. So it's not even the 250. It's 125 users, 125 people. That's all. And this costs 1.36 million. I think I got the correct information. We've got a grant for 1.7, didn't spend it all, and it cost $1.36 million for 125 people to ride to and from work, who would have ridden anyway. We don't have the before shot data, big gap, but they would have statistically, at least 80% of those would have been riding anyway. Actually, it's even less than that because the e-scooters are in that figure, so we should probably take out another 10%. Another question, please. Do we still have the situation in the block opposite the Grand Chancellor, the Dunn Place car park, which I think the parking had to be removed there because it was causing real issues? Is that parking still blocked off, the in-lane parking?
Mr. Dow.
Through you, Lord Mayor, there's controls there for no standing and clear way between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. Outside of those times, you are able to park.
Okay. Right, thank you. So looking at the report that's in there, you can see the pictures of Argyle Street up near Ridges, up Federal Street, where the road is really wide. You've got the cars on both sides, then you've got the bike lanes, then you've parked cars, bike lanes, traffic movement and trees. Great, okay, no one loses. But then you've got the opposite problem as you go down the streets where there is literally car parks in the middle of the lane, and even now, a year on, you still see people pulling up behind parked cars, and I do not believe for a minute that this hasn't impacted congestion. I don't believe that for an absolute minute that reducing the number of laneways available for traffic to flow by 33% would not have an impact on traffic flow. It absolutely would. So if you add in the 1.7 that was probably budgeted for this, the 4.3 million to make Collins Street bike lanes permanent, that's $6 million that I would have much rather seen spent on bike storage facilities, at the different, what do they call, end of ride facilities, also on road sharing facilities, education around riders and safety, especially I have a big bugbear around the cyclists that wear all black, and there's heaps of them. Also education for drivers around road rage, and I absolutely do not support any sort of abusive cyclists, that for sure. I would much rather see that money go to things which can deliver value for money, because $1.36 million for 125 people is not tolerable. That's not a good idea at all. Obviously, it's disheartening that this will pass, but I'll just, for a laugh, if you want to look on Google Earth outside the City Hall of Campbell Street, I won't show it because it'll probably be considered a prop, but there's a cyclist in the lane 3 metres away from his bike lane. So people they're not even used. I mean, the only plus side of all this is that it shames the council, and that's great for election.
Further discussion, Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. These bike lanes are absolutely used, 100% used, and when there's a cyclist who's not in the bike lane, it's because they're turning off more often than not and actually need to go somewhere that the cycleway does not go. Which brings me to my contribution about the issue. I'm super pleased to see these results. They're exactly what we would be expecting to see 12 months down the track. You have to remember, really integrated cycling infrastructure like you see in Melbourne has been in place for 15 years. It's been a growing project. It's been a whole raft of changes to their city that creates a network of cycleways, and once you have that, the riders increase exponentially. So this is just really, really early days. And my feedback to the city is that we want more of this. So when I come down Campbell Street and I use the beautiful bike lanterns that indicate that a bike can turn so that you're not kind of interfering or crashing into the turning traffic, you turn on to Liverpool Street, excellent, really safe, protected cycleway, and then you get spewed out into the back of a taxi rank, which is really not ideal. And so I think, it's getting harder and harder to move along Liverpool Street at all as a cyclist, despite the slow moving traffic. There's just too many obstacles everywhere. So until we can connect it more, promote it more, and invest more into this infrastructure, those numbers are going to stay in these kind of early days sort of numbers. But the 250 cyclists that are referenced in the report are an exciting proposition for what the future for micro-mobility and active transport could be for this city. It really shows that people want it, that people use it, and I would really encourage the city to always be looking for opportunities to create more interconnectivity amongst these cycleways. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor Harvey.
Look, Lord Mayor, I'm pleased about the statistics here. As has been said, we're still evolving as a cycling city. I rode in Melbourne in the 80s, and you took your life in your hands. And look at Melbourne now. There's bike lanes all over the place. All sorts of generations of bike lanes, from stripes along sides of cars to separated bike lanes. But it's taken years. In the 80s, not much. It improved in the 90s. and then I left, and I've come back to Melbourne at times and I see bike lanes all over the place. It's been quite a successful rollout across time. We're 20, 30 years behind. And I remember the examples of, say, the Netherlands, where so many kids were being killed in the 70s, that there was this big push to install bike lanes, and it became a really popular way of movement over time to the point where now it leads the world. But that didn't happen by chance. It was a deliberate push in the 70s, and it kept evolving over time throughout the 80s, 90s, to the position it is today. Same in Hobart. You know, go to sleep for 20 years, come back, and you'll see that a lot more people are riding bikes around Hobart. So I can expect this to continue. So we continue to support it. Money invested in it today flows on into the future. It's money you don't spend next year or the year after or the year after. So let's just continue with the program. And I can hear the criticisms, but if we were to listen to those criticisms and pull back on this stuff, then we'd never get to a place where we're recognised as a really good bike riding town. So happy to see the report.
Lord Mayor, I just have a question. In the report, it says 16.161, 200 bicycle trips each weekday. Now, is this data not correct? Is it? From what the question asked and then the answer that could be only 125 users. So if that data is not correct, are we being misled?
Through you, Lord Mayor, no, that data is accurate. That's been collected through a number of sources, as referenced in the attachment report as well. So it averages out to be about 250 a day or 6,000.
Thank you. So 250 trips per day. But thank you. All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. Those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor.
Against.
Luco, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly. Motion carried.
We will move on to item 15, Cornelian Bay Track Management. Would someone like to move this? Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Any discussion? Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm just rising to really welcome this coming back to us. I brought this initial motion on a year ago, just after a few months after the track was closed, and it's taken a lot of time to work through. We all know why in this room, and just to share with those who are watching or listening, the part of land, the portion of the land that the degraded part of track on does not belong to us. It belongs to the Royal Tasmanian Botanical Gardens. And unfortunately, in negotiations between our staff and the Gardens, it's been determined that we simply cannot reopen that section. The Gardens just has no interest in reopening the portion that they own that is damaged, even at a lower track rating. That would signify that people walk on that part of the track at their own risk. It's quite disappointing. I can see why it's happened. The portion of land we're talking about is completely separated from the Botanical Gardens by the highway. However, it is a beautiful little track, and unfortunately the part that is owned by the Botanical Gardens is probably the most beautiful section in my view. So it's a really unfortunate outcome. I've actually spoken to the Newtown Community Association directly about this one. They are supportive of what we're doing here, which is opening up a dog leg on our portion of the land so that people can walk off the track there, which of course has already happened. If you go on the track now, there's a lot of people still trying to use it, and there is a desire line right where we're going to put the new exit. I just can't begin to describe how disappointed I am that we can't get that lower section done, and as I was saying, the Newtown Community Association would have supported us in doing something down there, and would have supported the Gardens too had they chosen to open that particular portion. So look, I welcome this coming back to us. I note that part 2 of the recommendation shows that we're going to probably fund that straight away. I'd just like to maybe check that through you, Lord Mayor, that once this is passed here tonight, or if it is passed, the work will begin fairly soon. Yes.
Mr. Reeve.
Lord Mayor, that's correct.
Well, thank you. That's great news. It would be good to see that track open as soon as possible. Unfortunate about the missing section. There's really not much we can do about that I know of. If there are any suggestions around the table, I'd be happy to support them. But at this stage, I'm just so happy that this has come back to us and we can get what remains of the track reopened as soon as possible. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Postel.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, this piece of track is quite important to the community, and I think that from my read of my colleagues that it kind of circumvents political lines, that everyone seems to enjoy that track or have enjoyed it before it was closed and damaged by erosion. One of the oddities of this particular decision and what we have in front of us is the land tenure, which I don't really fully understand the history of, but for some reason the Royal Botanic Gardens have a very, very slim portion of coastal land that is well separated from the gardens by a highway reserve and a rail corridor. To me, it makes no sense. It's not a piece of land that could be used in isolation by the gardens. I understand that they own Pavilion Point, and I might just check to see if officers can tell me, do Royal Botanic Gardens own Pavilion Point a little further around? For clarity, it's where the rowing sheds are, up to the Tasman Bridge, where that little road comes around and there's a little walkway just past this section, close to the city.
Through Lord Mayor, look, I'm not aware of the tenureship of that one there. I believe they do, but I'll have to take that one on notice.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Reeve. I also believe that is the case. Now, that area, if they want to do some riparian, there was some notes in our report here that they might like to showcase some of their riparian stocks. That would be the appropriate place to do it. It's got a lovely walking path. It's got quite a lot of width to it. It's got a car park as well. But this one is connected to us only and the state rail corridor. Now, I just want to, before I preface this amendment, I just wanted to point elected members out to the possibility here. If we take ownership of it, it's most likely a land transfer at no cost. It'll be a $1 transfer plus legal fees. That doesn't mean that we need to do anything. So we can go with the officer's recommendation and put this track in. Alternatively, we could take the approach such as on Kunani, Mount Wellington and many of our tracks and trails where we have a higher risk threshold than the gardens are willing to pursue. So the gardens have said, no, we don't want people rock hopping on this slightly rocky shoreline, they might hurt themselves. We have a higher risk threshold for the management of some of our tracks and trails, and the condition of this particular part of track is no worse than a lot of our tracks on the mountain. And there is the possibility that we could construct this new section, as the officers have suggested, while also opening the other area to people who want to use it. So if you're not comfortable walking on that uneven surface, then go the shortcut that we'll build for you. And if you're comfortable and you want to use that little extension and finish the walk off, then we're happy with that risk threshold. These are all things that we can thrash out, but my amendment I have circulated some hours ago to all elected members, and it just reads that a new point 3, so point 3 be replaced with the council authorise the CEO to negotiate with the Royal Tasmania Botanic Gardens regarding land transfer to Hobart City Council and return a report to council in due course. So we can fully understand what the garden's position is, and if it comes back as $100,000 and we want to walk away, that's fine. But it's more of an exercise in getting some more information. Lord Mayor, I'm happy to take questions from any elected members who may have one, but I'll put that to the chamber.
Seconder for that amendment, Alderman Zuko. Okay, we might just focus on the amendment for now. Any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Lohberger.
I'll be quick, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to thank my colleague for bringing this on. As I just noted in my contribution previously, if there is another pathway, I'd be really, really happy to investigate it. This looks perfect. I'm really happy to support this. And as Councillor Posselt noted, I do think there's quite wide support around the table for a solution to this problem that we've been facing for over a year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Just a question of clarification. So is this not, for you, Chair, this not include doing the work as well, just purely at this moment to let the matter go and not progress with doing the $35,000
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Kelly. No, this one suggests that we go ahead and do that so that people who want to access the path and not go on that boat track have an off. Gardens will say they might not want to transfer it.
Okay, one question which might gazump the whole thing is the busway, which is one of the options is to come right along this corridor from Cornelian Bay through the this section above on the track there. Could this cause a problem with this adjustment with the $35,000 plan, or that wouldn't be a problem?
Through Lord Mayor, no, that wouldn't be a problem. We'd just work with that scenario if it came up there in terms of maintaining a crossing across there.
I just would worry that we'd be spending $35,000 in all this planning if they come along and say, right, a big bad busway is going through, and they said it's still on the cards and they're not going to know for another 6 months at least. So that's my thing. I support fully Councillor Posselt's amendment that we take ownership of the land. I don't support the waste of $35,000. Look, this bit of land, this is a big fat cop-out by the Gardens, and they're mainly funded, they're a $6 million a year business, I think it is, mainly funded by the state government. They earn revenue from what they do on site, the property there as well. This is another Kenyani Mountain story. So we've got a state government body not doing the work that they should do, and as it was said before, they own this land. Just because it's got the highway and everything through it doesn't abrogate them of their responsibility. I mean, where do they get off here? They're just treating us like absolute fools, and we shouldn't be taking it. Now, I fully support buying it. I really worry about this busway thing, and we'd be very, very wise not to do anything with it. This, at the workshop we had, I asked the question, when was the last time work was done on that bit of stretch the council thought they owned? And the answer was about 20 years ago. For minimal expenditure for red gravel, I'll get down there for myself with my excavator and all the equipment to do it. If other elected members want to join in on a working bee and a community event, if it's coming down to the money, it's not a big cost. It'll last for at least 10 years, even with the supposed climate change and whatever's doing it there. It's not a big deal. Everyone still uses it, as was just said. I go on this track every couple of weeks, and people are just totally ignoring the sign. They're getting around it quite easily. It should be made a Class 4 track, which our mountain is littered with them and other parts of the municipality. This can be done. It's such a cherished little bit of track. And for us to roll over and not do anything about just doing that in the first instance, it'd be nowhere near $35,000 to do that. And I just think, would through you, Chair, through Councillor Posselt, would you be prepared to still go with what you're saying but not proceed with the $35,000 alteration until such time as a thorough report or we have clarity from the busway, and in the meantime go on with this other thing, which worked well for 20 years?
Shall I respond to the question?
Yes.
Yeah, perhaps, Councillor Kelly, the best way to handle it would maybe be to take it item by item. There's only 3, and then the decision will be on the council rather than on me as an individual. Then you can vote separately.
And just to finish off there.
Sure.
Yeah. So this is a solution. It's a good, cheap solution. It's proven it's been working for 20 years. There's nothing sinister about it. Yes, it's letting the Gardens off the hook, which I found quite disgusting, their attitude towards it. And it's a community event. Councillor Harvey here has been involved in all that sort of thing. We can muster it. We've seen it, the Friends of Knocklofty and all these other organisations. This track is used so much, and we shouldn't just be rolling over and taking a risky option. And it's a half-assed effort, this. That last section is probably the nicest bit of area there that's already there. We don't need any more approvals. It's just doing a bit of maintenance on the orange gravel. And I really ask people to there's nothing political about this, and it's a good, workable solution that we can still, if we come back and reconsider the alteration, the $35,000 one, if we got clarity on the busway, but I think this is workable.
Lowberger.
I just think there's a bit of confusion here about this $35,000. Can we just have some clarity about whether the $35,000 is to fix the existing problem and create an off-ramp, or whether it's to do with Councillor Posselt's amendment?
It's as written in the report to create the new space.
It is to be spent on the actual proposed dog leg to exit the track. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? This is just the amendment.
When I read part 3, the council continues to liaise. Yeah, I'm just comparing, because we're going to dump that. This Councillor Posselt wants to dump part 3 and replace with that. Council continues to liaise with the Royal Tasmanian Botanical Gardens regarding the longer term options for the track. And just through you to the CEO, could you interpret that for me? Longer term options could be to purchase it, not purchase it, redesign it, all the options. But if you say we're going to buy it, well, now they're going to say, well, that's okay, what are we going to charge for it? So I think we've showed our hand by not just continuing with continuing to liaise. I just thought that was fine. Keep talking to them and see if we can come up with a solution. But now we've gazumped that to say, well, let's have a look at just buying it off them, which Councillor Kelly has said he's happy to pay for it. But I don't understand now why we would do that as opposed to keep talking to them.
They've talked for years, Bill. Nothing's happened.
I don't think there was a question there, was there, Councillor Harvey?
That was my contribution on the amendment.
Right.
Thank you very much.
I understand what Councillor Harvey's saying, but this here just gives clear direction to the CEO on what the council will be wanting to possibly seek. And the only way you're going to get there is if the CEO, when he goes and has discussions, he's got this in his pocket to talk to them whether or not they want to sell it. Well, they might come back with $1 million. We get a report back and then we decide. That's all it is. It's not. It's not.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm just wondering, where it does say at point 3 that we liaise with the Botanical Gardens, have we done that previously already regarding this?
Mr. Reeve. Yes, I think.
Through you, Lord Mayor. Yes, we have.
Are we allowed to know what were the commentary around those discussions?
Through you, Lord Mayor, the Royal Botanical Gardens would like the crossing option considered over reopening the track. They're not that keen on reopening.
Okay. And just regarding this slip of land that is at point 3, was there any discussions at all in any way about that?
I'll just say, look, we haven't had, as Alderman Zuko's pointed out, we haven't had a direction from the council in respect of that being a possibility. So I do think this opens up a different conversation. So.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion on the amendment, I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. We'll move on to the motion as amended with the new point 3. If there's any discussion on that, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
I do apologise. I think Councillor Kelly would like it taken. It was agreed that we would take it, the 3 points separately, so that we could vote on the $35,000 and on the amendment separate.
Okay, item 1, all those in favour of item 1 say aye. Aye. Against say no.
Sorry, just a point of order, Lord Mayor. That was asked by Councillor Posselt to have them separately. Is that correct? We have got a mover and a seconder.
They didn't object, but yeah.
I'm just saying.
Do you object to them being moved separately? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. I think I moved that one, Lord Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor. No, you don't mind. Okay, all those in favour of item 1 say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. All those in favour of item 2 say aye.
Aye.
Say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey. Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates. I think that's motion carried.
Okay. And then voting again on this, on the
Amendment.
Number 3, I've just voted on it. All right.
Which number 3? Ryan's or?
Ryan's, yeah. Councillor Posselt's. All those in favour again on it, say aye.
That's right.
Say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Deputy Lord Mayor, carried.
Against?
Oh.
Councillor Harvey.
Councillor Harvey, my apologies, carried.
Okay, we'll move on now to item 16, which is the quarterly financial report of 31 December 2025, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Any discussion? Put that all over. Oh,
sorry, just one quick question. Why are we tracking so, in terms of fines, why are we tracking behind budget in compared to where we were expecting to be in terms of the fines down 1.3 million?
I asked this. I might have first stab at it because I know I ask this question every month as well. So look, I think that we have been ambitious in our budgeting in that sense. It's the actual revenue has been tracking consistent with other years, but we do need to review what we're actually going to be allocating in next year's budget as to ensure that it's more an accurate assessment of what we're likely to expect.
So compared to last year, it's is it lower than last financial year at this time? Do we know, or is it?
It might be for
segment that to that level, but we can find out and come back to you on that one.
Oh yeah, no problem. I might just take it as a question: is if there's how it compares to this time last year, and if there's any trends.
Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor,
Against?
Alderman Zuko.
Okay, that's carried. Moving on now to item 17, the West Hobart proposed 40 kilometres an hour. Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Any discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, look, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'll be really quick. I'm just delighted to note, as the summary says in the report, that that we had the LAMP in January 2025, and it had been discussed within that we'd implement a 40-kilometre area wide speed limit, but we're just, as the recommendation says, putting this through to submitting that to the Transport Commission, and I'm really delighted to also read that there'll be a communication strategy as well, so that people within the neighbourhood are aware of this change as well, and I commend this report. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Bloomfield, Alderman Bloomfield.
I just had a question. This is covering the whole area, isn't it? It's not just... Yep. Yeah. So, like places like Lansdowne Crescent, for instance. Yes, which is quite a wide street. I can remember when I lived in Lansdowne, a few times that I did, back in about circa 1989, there was a horrific accident halfway around where a number of young people lost their lives. They were going quite fast. Do we have any detail of that accident? You must have kept record? No. Well, my understanding was they were doing 80 kilometres an hour, but we're looking here at 40, and I'm just kind of thinking it just seems a little bit extreme to such a wide road to go down so low. I appreciate that we do have a school there, but schools already have a 40 kilometre hour limit. And I can appreciate narrow roads would be so, but I do find it odd that we would make some of these broader areas to be only 40 k's. I was just curious.
Councillor Lohberger.
Just quickly, just on the topic of Lansdowne Crescent, I grew up around the corner in Hill Street. It's actually not that wide when there's cars parked on both sides, which is the majority of it, particularly at its apex, up near sort of the cutting corner it used to be. It's now a cafe. Sort of between that cafe and the primary school is very tight. I've come a cropper on my bicycle more than once there through hitting a car, actually, the parked car, in fact. But yeah, and also that particular car accident involved 2 people I went to school with who both died. And I believe what happened is there were islands placed in the middle of Lansdowne Crescent with trees growing in them, and they clipped one. They had those concrete ramping sort of blocks. They clipped one and became airborne, so they were going too fast, but those islands were actually removed after that accident, because really the road's not quite wide enough unless you're at the bus stop sections where there's no parking allowed. So I do think there are some changes needed in West Hobart. I also experienced riding my bicycle around as a child until I reached about grade 7 and 8, and Hill Street became the rat run. The rat run really started developing at that stage, and it became quite unsafe on my bike, and in fact I often had trouble getting across the road to get back home, simply because of the huge volume of traffic during peak hour, which is when I was out there riding. So there is some work needed. I think that's the elephant in the room, the rat run that goes through West Hobart. They put in all manner of slowing and calming techniques while I was living there and afterwards, and none of it has stopped that shortcut, I guess, that people are taking around the back of Glenorchy. So I do think, yeah, the area probably does need a 40-kilometre limit, particularly Hill Street, because while a wide road does make you feel safer, it also encourages drivers to drive quicker. And it's sort of a double-edged sword, really. I'm really supportive of this. As someone who grew up there as a kid, I would have loved this to be the speed limit. I think it was 60 when I was a child. So they really moved through there. And dropping it down to 40 gives everybody a chance. And as we know, it massively reduces the number of casualties if someone is hit by a car. And I think that's the main thing to be aware of here. So I'll be supporting this one, mainly through lived experience. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Further discussion, Councillor Kelly, I think might have been up first.
I'm just looking at the attachment which outlines the area. Now, Mellifont Street, which is the second steepest street in Tasmania and arguably one of the most steepest in Australia, it appears to me that on there it goes from the purple, which may be more than 40 or 50, so you come 3/4 of the way if you're coming down, you hit Lower Jordan Hill Road, and then you've automatically got to go to 40k. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. So yeah, we are aware of Mellifont Street, and we have been doing some thinking around that. It's obvious it is quite steep. It is hard on a street that steep to maintain such a low speed, so we are mindful, and we're in discussions with the state government around that, and ultimately this comes down to endorsement from the Transport Commissioner, so we're mindful of that as well. But we'd suspect that Mellifont Street would be outside of the 40k zone. It would maintain its urban default at 50.
Further discussion, Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll speak to it now, if that's okay. Yeah, look, and that rat run, there is no way known. I mean, that's just such, like it or hate it, if you for overnight said that's not going to happen or whatever, the only other alternative to coming to Hobart is through Augusta Road or the main road or the Brooker Highway pretty much. And I'd love to know how many cars go through there. It is, I ride it most mornings, it is just a conga line of cars. They move very quickly. Everyone does it. So obviously doing it 200 times a year, who are travelling into town working there, and they really do hoot along there. Now, I'm not comfortable with that speed, but 40 kilometres, good luck with that morning traffic, especially coming down Mellifont, straight down all the way till you hit Hill Street, and then you hit Hill Street, and once again, once you get past the old person's home there, past the butchery and the other roundabout, it's back on again. So the intentions are good. The Mellifont Street one, I just don't know how you're going to save that. I tried it the other night. Just naturally you'll sit on 50 coming down there, anything less, and going up the same as well. You've got to get a real good run, especially some of the older cars, to get up there and then hook around a left into Mount Stewart Road. So, of course, this wouldn't be set in stone. This would be coming back to us with what the state government think on this, or there's no variation through you, Chair. There'd be no variation to what's on the attachment A.
So through you, Lord Mayor, no, this is proposing, so as requested as part of the January 2025 report, which was endorsed by Council, we as part of that was an agreement that we would bring back the area proposed after discussions with the state government that was to be determined for the 40k speed limit. That is what we're doing tonight, bringing that back to you for final endorsement.
Yes, so therefore, look, this is a tough one. As I appreciate all the benefits of 40k, but it's an absolute crawl, and I challenge anyone to hop in their car and drive down that whole route as if you're coming into town, and it's not going to dissuade anyone. It's going to cause further. The downside is further traffic complications going to happen here. Now, does that outweigh someone being killed? Of course it does. But I'm just saying, I just think this could be finessed a little bit more, and maybe the state government may come back to us and do that. So look, in principle, to support it, but there's going to be a huge problem with the morning commute people in particular with that. So I'm just putting it up the flagpole.
Okay. Councillor Posselt.
Lord Mayor, thank you. I think that Councillor Kelly raises exactly the reason why this is a good idea, because the morning commute is the time where all of the children are trying to get to school. The morning commute time is the time when older people at AA Lord Village across from Hill Street older people typically wake up quite early, have decided it's time to get out and about and maybe go get some milk, maybe wander down to the chemist or Smalt Kitchen for a coffee with their friends. And the problem is that people don't feel safe, particularly on the Rat Run. So these other side streets and things, generally the speeds are quite low. Lansdowne, the two ends can be a bit quicker for sure, but as Councillor Lohberger points out, the centre of Lansdowne at Warwick Street is very narrow and you actually have to give way to oncoming cars. It's a pinch point. But just last week, believe it or not, when this was the same day this was in the newspaper, my wife was scooting to work, and as many of you know, doctors have an obligation under their registration to stop and render assistance. Now, of all times for this to happen, Bronwyn had to stop and render assistance to a rolled car on Hill Street that had swerved to avoid an animal of sorts, clipped a parked car and wound up on its roof on the footpath. And this is in the existing 40k section of Hill Street. These are just little incidences and little stories that we hear and we see, and it changes the way we move in our suburbs. Councillor Lohberger also referenced the safety element of impact speeds, and what we know is that there is a really drastic reduction from 50 to 40 even for impact speeds. So your chance of surviving if you're hit by a car, if the impact speed is 50, it's just 20%. You've got an 80% risk of death if you are hit at 50. If you are hit at 40, you only have a 32% risk of death. It's really significant, and that goes on to be extrapolated into severe injury categories and slight injury categories as well. So this is really meaningful things, and I would counterfactual the officers for Mellifont Street. We know that at the base of Mellifont Street is Taroona High School bus stop. We know that the majority of people who access the Taroona High School bus stop access it from Lower Jordan Hill Road and Summerhill Road on the other side of Mellifont Street. Vis-a-vis, in peak hour when the conga line of cars is coming down the hill, is exactly the time that 14-year-olds are trying to cross the road unassisted because there is no zebra crossing, there is no pedestrian facilities, to get the bus to school. And for that reason, we have two pedals in the car. We can brake. We can do 40 down hills. It is possible, although it may not be what we all do, because in fact, if you let your brake out at the top of Mellifont and do not brake again, you will be doing 80 at the bottom. So everybody is braking down there. We're just asking them to brake a little more. And I would encourage officers to make this a true area-wide zone and include Mellifont in totality. But this small change, it's a small gift from drivers to their community to make the community function in a better way, where Thelma can walk across the road to Hill Street to get milk, and where kids can get to school safely or the bus stop safely. It's not a big ask to keep those cohorts safe. Lord Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Look, just one on record. I don't support this proposal at all. I think it's a blanket approach. It's a whole suburb going down to 40. It's, it's a bludgeon where perhaps a scalpel could be used, and you only have to look at the map where it indicates you know, all those bright orange roads where it's changing, and then look at the existing 40-kilometre one near the train park, and you can sit there and go, well, that's clearly a risk informed decision to put the existing 40-kilometre one there, right? You know, obviously it's at the bottom of the hill, but also there's a park there. You know, we all know how, with its popularity, the Hill Street, you know, the relocation of the Hill Street shops. It's not surprising when you look at the heat map of incidents, it's on that intersection. You know, very busy car park, cars coming in and out, pedestrians as well, obviously shoppers. So, look, I just think, unfortunately, you put 40-kilometre here, you put 40-kilometre throughout the CBD, you put 40-kilometre in all the other existing sort of linking suburbs, it just slows the whole city down. I tend to take a forward-looking view. You know, I think the technology on vehicles is getting better. I don't personally think fully self-driving cars, if they stay that far away. You know, there are means at which, if we have specific intersections that need a change, that risk-based model, like what we see at Hill Street, we should pursue that avenue. I happen to think that if you have speeds that are so slow that people just get frustrated, they'll ignore it and just speed anyway. If you then have specific sections where it's signed and says, hey, for this bit here, we need you to be driving slower because that's a risk identified area, that actually makes people notice, think, look at it. You know, you see it when you see, you know, I can see a 40-kilometre school zone and there's a school there, right? People generally decent will slow down. They will do the right thing. They will drive for conditions. If it is busy morning commute, kids running around, you know, I don't think we're going to see people necessarily just hooning around all these streets, but just doing a blanket 40-kilometre-hour zone, you know, the reality is a lot of those streets in West Hobart are rut-run streets. They're streets where they're feeders, so people have to go down them to get up Warwick, to get up Patrick, to get into the city. You know, I can remember parking up there and walking down to OACT for work. You know, it is a suburb that does get used both for people crossing through it, if you want to get up to North Hobart, Mount Stewart, Lena Valley, Moona, through to Sandy Bay. But it's also used as a suburb where people actually go up there and park and walk into work. And so, you know, I just happen to think that this constant attempt to slow the whole city down does actually have inadvertent consequences. I'm much more comfortable with a risk-based approach where we look at specific instances and intersections. I'm not comfortable that we just petition for a whole suburb, pretty much every single road in it, that top bit, to be moved to a blanket 40.
Okay, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So some of the questions I asked myself when I saw this motion is, well, first of all, why 40 kilometres? Why not 30 kilometres? I mean, 30 kilometres, the risk of death's 10%. So why aren't we doing that? And the Australian College of Road Safety put out a media release only a handful of days ago saying evidence for 30 kilometres. And the World Health Organisation is saying that. Well, why are we being recommended 40 then? Why not 30? And is maybe 10% too high? Maybe we go 20 kilometres. Maybe we just ban cars. Like, let's just, because no one should get hurt. We shouldn't have any risk whatsoever. So why 40? And then why West Hobart? Why are we exclusively changing all of one suburb? Why not Newtown? Why not Bellerive? Doesn't Thelma matter in Newtown? Doesn't Thelma matter in Bellerive? Don't the kids matter in Lena Valley? Don't the kids matter in Sorell? I asked earlier for some, and I will provide this probably as feedback for the reports. In the reports it said there'd been 20 crashes or whatever the word was over a 10-year period, but there was no breakdown in terms of how serious they were. They were just bundled up into this super number. So I think when we're given really important stats like that, we should be given the actual breakdown of what those numbers comprise of. So if that could be taken as advice through you, Chair, to the CEO, that'd be great. Because 20 minor versus 20 fatalities or 20 serious injuries, they're different things. Turns out it was 3 serious injuries over 10 years. And how does that compare to Lena Valley? How does that compare to Taroona? And apparently that comparison I don't think had been done, Because to make a wholesale change to a whole suburb, then you'd want to know, well, West Hobart is an outlier because of these figures. The rates of injury are so much higher. But I'm not informed about that they are an outlier for any reason. Just seems to be their first cab off the rank, and we've decided to pick 40 and we're going to go with it. So none of this really makes sense. I wholly support Councillor Coates' view. When I opened this up, I expected to see more 40-kilometre sections around hot points, and that would make complete sense. When I drive down Hill Street into the train park dip, super aware, drive with your foot right on the brake, knowing that a kid can dart at any time, because there's a very good chance it could have been my kid at some point. And you're hyper aware of that. Instead of making a blanket ban or a blanket reduction to 40 for one suburb picked for no rhyme or reason, just because we've done a lamp on it, that doesn't really make sense to me. I would rather us, the state government, decide on a speed limit for suburbs, and whether that's 40, fine, but there should be consistency across the state, because we have the kids going to school, we have the Thelmas everywhere. So I don't know why West Hobart should be treated either in special cotton wool or in some sort of privileged position just because we decided to do a little document on them. There's no rationale for the 40 apart from and if the rationale is reducing fatalities, then it should be 30. If there's no rationale for doing one suburb and picking out West Hobart, because why not all the others? We haven't been given the evidence to say West Hobart is a danger zone, the injuries are through the roof, we need to take action. If we had that, I'd be all up for it. We don't have that. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but there isn't that. It's just we've done a lamp on it and we decided we want to have some more control. The only people to be happy about this is Tas Police, for obvious reasons. So why would we do this?
Further discussion?
I've just got some questions because I've already spoken. There's just been some commentary around we've just picked this out of the sky for no rhyme or reason. Yeah, and so I just wondered, could you tell me, at 3.3 it talks about the state government. Could you tell me what 3.3 and 3.41 says around how this 40-kilometre speed limit was actually chosen?
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. It's a good question. Yeah, so, I mean, taking a step back just to this specific area. So obviously the LAMP went to council in January 2025, and one of the recommendations of that was to endorse a 40-kilometre speed limit. So this is already in West Hobart. Today was all about bringing the area and making sure that area was, I guess, satisfactory for council as part of that. Councillor Pasol referenced some data before, and that's certainly the thinking at a state government level. I've been attending meetings even this week and last week around speed. Now, the observations that Councillor Elliott made around 30 are right as well. So we are moving towards an acceptance, a safe system acceptance, which the City of Hobart as well as the Tasmanian Government has signed up to, so that we want to look to reduce speeds. We don't wait for an incident or an accident to happen before acting. That's the major principle of the safe system approach. So 40 kilometres is, I guess, broadly accepted at the moment at being a compromise, if you like, between the current urban default of 50 and probably what's becoming a more accepted speed as far as sort of collisions between humans and vehicles, where we know they can sort of survive at 30. We know things like 85th percentiles, 95th percentiles come into play. So if you set a speed limit at 40 kilometres, that the speed's likely to be less than that. So we are likely to see collisions, if they occur, to be occurring at less than 40 kilometres. So that's I guess a bit of a summary as to why that sort of has been set, and we'll sort of continue to do so. That's right. The other point, the centre of the city, the CBD, is entirely 40 kilometres an hour, as well as Battery Point. And other suburbs, so we're certainly not the first cab off the rank. Tonight, the Mount Nelson LAMP also asked you to consider 40 kilometres for the area, which you've endorsed as well.
I'm sorry, and just one final question. So in late 2024, did the state government conduct a public consultation within this speed management strategy to outline that 40 kilometres, I think you've got it there at 3.4.1. Was that also part of all of the lamps as well? Around the state and within the council area?
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. Some of the lamps predate this work done by the state government or the Tasmanian government, and we know that speed management strategy is still in draft, so we haven't seen the final versions of that. But certainly that's taking on best practice understanding around speed limits and the appropriate speeds, particularly in our urban settings. It's important. High speeds, are great on highways. We want to make those as safe and as possible for those, vehicles and freight. But where there's the interaction between people, doing what they're doing and vehicles, we want to make those interactions as safe as possible.
Thank you.
Discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. I won't take long. I didn't think this would be contentious, but deep down I did. Because I remember the Davey Street battle when it went from 60 to 50, and people were arguing that they're never going to get home driving at 50k an hour. There was just all these wacky arguments that reducing the speed limit on Davey Street was going to affect their lifestyle. And then when we moved down to 40k in the city, there was a polarised council as well. It's like, oh my God, 40k, no one's ever going to be able to get home. It was just the strange conversations we have when we talk about speed limits. There was attempts to bring some of the city down to 30 k's an hour, and that really caused a fuss, and we couldn't get that through, so we had to settle on 40k an hour in the city. So of course today, reducing speed limits from 50 to 40, same sort of arguments, but it's happening. It happens all over the place. As we've heard, it's already in the city. It's going to happen in Mount Nelson. It'll be a standard. It's a good standard, and it's a standard that will apply to all of Hobart at some point. And the rollout occurs like this because we're at this stage with this particular area. Mount Nelson, next stage. So I guess we'll argue that one as well, and then we'll argue everywhere else. But when speed limits went down to 50k on our roads, or when that was also contentious as well. So there's always something about reducing speed limits that bugs people. So I'm happy to support a 40k here. I think it's great. It's going to happen everywhere. It's the standard. 30k in some places would be good as well, but happy to go on this today. Thanks very much.
Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor.
Against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
Carried. Moving on to item 18, which is a motion from Councillor Harvey. Would you like to move your motion, Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. I'll move the item.
Seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor.
I brought this here because I had to, in order to get an item on the agenda for the next LEGAT board meeting. So this is fairly non-contentious. It's about getting councils in Tasmania to align with a couple of other councils that have already switched over to second generation rodenticides. First generation rodenticides are less harmful to wildlife. Second generation, much more harmful because birds of prey that eat mice or rats or things that have consumed the rodenticide are really at risk. And recently I've seen a couple of animals that indicated that they had eaten rodenticide. One was a kookaburra that was just sitting on the ground, couldn't move, just sitting there, wasn't sure what to do, whether to whack it on the head or not. Another one was just recently there's been a couple of tawny frogmouths on the rivulet track that are really docile, sitting in a tree. The best they can do is fly to the next tree, which is really close by, and they're not acting naturally. And that's the part that also kills birds because of second generation rodenticides. It affects the way they behave. So it puts them at more risk. And that was just coincidental that I happened to see 3 birds prior to putting this motion forward. But there's a campaign around the country to get these second generation rodenticides off the shelves. It's ongoing, and I think if the 29 councils in Tasmania could align and follow Hobart's lead and a couple of other councils, I'd be pleased. So when it goes to the, if it gets through this, goes to a Legat meeting, I hope you can support it at the Legat meeting.
We got a second, didn't we? Yeah, Councillor Coates.
Look, thank you. I'm not going to profess to being an expert on this issue, and reading the rationale and listening to Councillor Harvey's introduction to the item there, I don't have any huge concerns with it. My only concerns is just that the motion itself is relatively specific in calling for actions, and as I read the officer's response, it in my mind, if I was to read what's being asked for us to vote on, and as a board asking the officers to execute, and then looking at the discussion, that's where there's a little bit of a gap. I know it says there's no financial implications, and the discussion is simply that the City of Hobart doesn't use it. But in item number 3, we're going to do a community awareness campaign. And so I, you know, in my mind, if we're going to task the council to undertake a community awareness campaign, that will involve the use of council resources, even if it's in existing newsletters, etc. Inevitably comes at the expense of other community awareness things. I don't have a particular issue with running a community awareness campaign, but if we're going to write to the federal minister seeking their response on banning it, and their response come back and says, yes, it's in the process, it'll be banned in 6 months' time, it's probably not necessary for us to run that community awareness campaign, because as part of any ban, I imagine the federal government will be doing it. Likewise, if, you know, as I read it, point 2 says, what's the federal government doing? And if the answer to that is a positive one, we can let that process work. Item number 1 on the motion is to write to LGAT to do it at a statewide level, and I think that's probably the most appropriate level. Again, pending what federal does, but you know, the reality is people who have to kill rodents, you know, I assume are doing it, not doing it for a nasty reason. They're doing it from a management of pests sort of approach, and it probably is something that impacts rural councils more than Hobart. But my observation would be that, you know, what to us is local government lines on a map. You know, animals and pests don't necessarily follow. And so I guess, while I don't have any issues with the motion, and I understand completely where it's coming from and discussion given,
That's all right.
I
Can't support it. That's all right.
No. Well, I'm happy to support it.
Now?
Yeah,
It's
please,
like-
Councillor Harvey, don't discuss across the table, please.
Ironically, the thing that makes me comfortable in supporting it is because there's no financial implications listed, and the reason I'm raising these points is because I know that council officers are listening, and I would hope in actioning it, we get a response quickly back from the federal minister, we get a response quickly back from LGAT and that proposed motion, and you know, get a bit of a better understanding around it before we sort of embark on this community awareness campaign. So while I do actually support the motion, I wanted to make those observations while the officers are in the room, and hopefully other members don't have any huge objections to some of the concerns I'm raising around the implementation of what we're voting on. But yes.
Further discussion? Councillor Alderman Zuko?
Yes, Lord Mayor, look, I support the motion in principle. I don't support all the components as they are. And the reasons why is, in the rationale it says here, the City of Hobart does not use second generation, whatever, I can't even say it.
Rodenticides.
Rodenticides, that's right, yeah. In their facility bait boxes, other councils around the country also avoid it. I represent the City of Hobart, we're not doing it. You know, other councils around the state, I don't think we should be writing to LGAT or the state government. I'm happy with point 3 though, you know, because I represent the City of Hobart, and we should undertake an awareness to encourage our businesses in the city not to do it, but writing to the minister and writing to LGAT for them to put it on their agenda for other councils, it's not our role. My role here is the City of Hobart. So if we're not using it, I'm happy. So let us just go down the path of getting out there on our Facebook, our websites and all that for local businesses to take our lead. I can't support the motion in its entirety. I can only support part 3. I'm sorry.
Further discussion? Would anyone like to... Councillor Harvey, do you want me to separate the voting?
Oh, no, look, we'll go with the guts, put the whole three together. But just to reply to Alderman Zuko, we're part of Legat, are we not?
Point of order, Lord Mayor. He's already spoken. Councillor Harvey has spoken.
Yeah, you might.
There's no reply to my debate. You can do it in closure.
Okay, I thought that was closure.
I thought, yeah, I wasn't sure whether anyone else indicated an interest in speaking, so I thought Councillor Harvey was doing his closing, but is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this motion? No, you can wrap up, Councillor
Yeah,
Harvey.
not a lot to say, other than we're part of Legat, and we take motions to Legat on a regular basis. Normally they come through council officers to us, but occasionally we do come up with ideas to put onto the Legat agenda because we're part of Legat. So I take issue with it. It should just be Hobart. We are part of Legat, so happy to go there. I appreciate what Councillor Coates has said, but happy to put all three together in one. I don't want to split it up, no need.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Pasalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
Harvey.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor.
Against.
Alderman Zuko.
Carried. Moving on to a motion from Councillor Kitsos.
Quite timely to be delivering this motion about a hard finish at 9 o'clock, at 10 to 9, when we're... Thank you. When we're all feeling the fatigue of a meeting. Just to introduce this motion, look, this is about modernising our governance to reflect the simple truth. The quality of our decisions is linked to wellbeing and cognitive performance of those making them. I'm struggling now at this time of night, and I'm sure many others around the table are as well. So this motion is really quite simple. It proposes that we end our meetings at 8:30 with the ability to extend an additional 30 minutes as required, with no meetings exceeding after 9 o'clock. Currently our meetings do stretch out and are quite long, and while we're dedicated to our roles, this does pose some challenges for people who have worked a full day of work, and followed by 5 or 6 hours of intense deliberation. Fatigue is a risk to all of us in the room, and if not a health risk, it is definitely a risk to our quality of decision making and debate, as potentially being observed around the room tonight. The data provided in the administrative response, I think, is quite interesting. So it shows that 37% of our meetings since October still conclude after 9 o'clock. So we do have a little bit of a problem in this space, and I think it's worth addressing. To those concerned about the operational challenges that this might pose, I wanted to highlight some procedural flexibility that we have within this motion. So one of them is the proactive deferral. So Council has the power to defer items at any point during the meeting. So by managing our time effectively, we can ensure that the critical closed portion of the items are reached and completed before 9 o'clock. So that might be done by realising that we're not going to get through our agenda and moving to the closed portion at a relevant time, say 8:30, 8 o'clock, depending on what we have to do in closed. But we also have the Hobart Workshop Committee as another decision-making body that we can use to defer items to that committee instead of to the council meetings as well, which I think is something that perhaps is underutilised in these longer meetings. So we do have a few options there. It's not going to affect the governance of the running of the meetings. And I really feel like by implementing a predictable 8:30 finish with that 30-minute extension, should we require it, that we will promote a professional type of discipline to deal with the items in the agenda that we need to in a timely fashion, and to make sure that the debate is structured and to the point. I think it does talk a little bit to accessibility, that we can't expect our community to be staying up till 10 o'clock at night to be listening to the decisions being made here on council, or indeed waiting in the chamber until their item is called. Obviously the item of interest tonight was quite early in the agenda, but that is not always the case. And I think this council has had numerous discussions around accessibility, particularly with the 4 o'clock start, and making sure that members of the community can observe our meetings. So I'd ask that you apply the same logic to that principle with a lateness of a night as well. And of course, we have to look after the staff of the organisation and make sure that we provide a safe and sustainable workplace for the officers around us. So I propose that if the business of this city is too great to fit into a standard productive window of time, that we should address this through proper scheduling and use our existing committee structures to defer items if we need to do that. So I commend the motion to the floor. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I can't support this because at the end of the day, there's an expectation if we get through the business that we've got to get through. Putting a time limit on it is not. I don't support it. And this actually can go back to a few years ago when we used to have meetings every fortnight, council meetings every fortnight, and they used to go not as long as they do now because we've got one a month. And I argued this when we changed the meeting process and we changed the meeting, having committee meetings, that it would get monotonous at council, as it does. So it's far better to go to two council meetings a month and reduce or change the workshop structure. That way some of the stuff that we have in the workshop coming into council, and that way people that won't be expecting certain items that are on the agenda to have to be deferred and wait for another time. We're here to do a job. And if it takes, to my point of view, if it takes till 1 o'clock in the morning, so be it. We're not here not simply to say, okay, look, I'm going to come here for a couple of hours and perform my role. Look, you know, I didn't stand, or I haven't been on this council to worry about how long the debate's going to go for. As long as it's relevant to what we're doing, and we finish the agenda on the night. Now, there has probably been very limited circumstances over the years that an agenda hasn't been finished. I would rather see meetings, I'm going to repeat myself, council meetings twice a month. So maybe we should defer this to a workshop so we can actually discuss the potential of reinstating 2 council meetings a month. Then maybe we'll overcome the concerns raised in this particular motion. I might lose it, but I move that this matter gets deferred to a workshop for further discussion, because I think this is a very important component that could jeopardise the way we make decisions in this council. So if that's
I need a seconder, Councillor Elliott.
Look, I don't like moving procedural motions, but I haven't finished yet. I don't like moving procedural motions, but I think this is best resolved at a workshop.
Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Aye. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Alderman Suko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Lord Mayor.
Against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Assault, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor. That is carried.
Okay, so that's been deferred to a workshop. Item 20 is a motion from Councillor Dutta.
Lord Mayor, there's just some confusion on the floor.
Do we have to have a vote on whether to accept a procedural motion before we actually vote on the motion?
Not for a deferral.
For deferral, okay.
Only for when the matter be
Only for the matter be put, yeah.
last
I need to put out a simple explainer.
Okay.
Do you want to vote differently?
No.
Item 20 is Collins Street. Councillor Dutta. Councillor Dutta?
Thank you. I move the motion. I need a seconder.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Dutta's motion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm aware of the time, and I just want to make a few observations. This particular item with regards to Collins Street, I didn't want to really get involved. The point here made by staff is that there is no evidence. As you know, we come here many times when we have anecdotal evidence, and a number of number of ratepayers have spoken to me about this. Now, unfortunately, this has been brought to us by a number of other elected members, and I've been approached about this matter. The other observation I make is this, that with regards to the buses, both on public and private operated, have been used constantly for many years without ongoing issues. That's very true. But I'm not talking about the past, I'm talking about the present. Because of the change that has happened in Collins Street, it's impacting. We've got bike lanes that was never there. To now take that into account. And then it also says that this matter, further, officers do not agree with the following statement, which is the rationale for this motion, that this matter has not been formalized through council. And this is true in my view. While it is in the context of Collins Street, it is not a specific motion in regards to this. That's why I think it is not there, while you can put it in the context of things that it is in there. Now, having said that, I read the officer's note at the end. Officers do not otherwise see the need for a separate report and proposed by this motion. Therefore, I would like to withdraw this and not continue with this, and I accept that. Thank you.
See if Councillor Posselt wants to withdraw it as well, except with that.
Thank you.
So the motion's been withdrawn. We'll move on to item 21. Deputy Lord Mayor has accepted has identified a conflict. This is a motion from Councillor Elliott, Alderman Zucker, Councillor Kelly and Councillor Coates. Councillor Elliott is going to move it.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. And ready for a seconder? I'll move the motion as on the agenda.
By seconder, please.
In your own time.
Alderman Zucker.
Thank you. So everyone knows I love policy, and I love it for good reason, because it provides people with clarity and clears up confusions, makes sure that decisions are made consistently. And yes, this policy, the need for this policy came about in relation to recent issues being identified. And when I first made aware of the issue of product going missing from Town Hall, I asked the CEO a very, very clear question. I said, can I please advise which policy, act or regulations provide the CEO with authority to investigate and determine allegations of elected member misconduct? And in response, in writing, I was given a list of Section 62 of the Local Government Act references, with the statement that the authority to investigate and determine allegations of elected member misconduct can be derived from these sections of the Act. But that's in direct conflict with the information provided by the Director of Local Government. That is categorically false and incorrect that those sections provide the CEO with the authority to investigate and determine allegations of elected member misconduct. That is not the case. Either the advice I was given there was wrong, or the Director of Local Government was wrong. And I'm betting on the Director of Local Government being correct, because there's a reason why you wouldn't have a CEO investigate elected member misconduct, because we employ the CEO. We, the majority, employ the CEO. We, the majority, can sack the CEO. It is ludicrous that you would have a situation where an employee was responsible for investigating potential misconduct by their employer, because obviously, and this risk is present regardless of who the CEO is, who it was 30 years ago, who it would have been 50 years ago. That's fundamental conflict of interest. You don't have an employee investigate their employer. That's why the CEO obviously has responsibility for allegations of misconduct related to the staff, because he employs them, whereas we employ the CEO. So those answers make clear that there is confusion that needs to be cleared up, despite the admin response. In fact, the admin response actually makes it even more clear in my mind that we need a policy, because it says here that the CEO's role includes fact-finding related to council policy compliance, but any misconduct investigation must be referred to the Integrity Commissioner. That's actually not quite the case either. Misconduct can also be investigated by the Director of Local Government, by the Code of Conduct panel. That is not true. That is not the case. It is not true. It's not accurate. So we also have here in the admin response, these acts, the Local Government Act, should not be interpreted so rigidly as to encompass every minor infraction by an elected member. Yes, that's right. So not every minor violation should be considered as potential misconduct. But what's minor? What's the definition of that? A violation, what happens if it's an accident? Who decides if an accident? Who decides if it's intentional? The CEO should not decide what's an accident, what's an intentional, because they are employed by us. They can't possibly be objective when you're investigating one of your own employers, because there is a self-interest in keeping your job. Why would you want to upset the majority and put your own job at risk, regardless of who the CEO is? That's why any allegation or any potential situation where elected member misconduct could be an outcome, any situation, whether that's me breaching the code of conduct for hurting someone's feelings on the internet, that goes to a code of conduct panel. Whether it's Councillor Kelly for taking home a tractor or whatever it is, whether it's Councillor Sherlock, who's had already admitted that she took stuff for years from Town Hall. These are potential misconduct situations.
Point of order. The point of order, the information is inaccurate. For years, it doesn't say that. I'm just wondering, that is not relevant. It's
in the public domain. She's already admitted it.
4 years.
Yeah.
4 years, that's what I'm saying. 4 years.
Can I just ask people to, when they have a point of order, to please, I've sent around the section before.
Being incorrect isn't a point of order.
Misrepresentation of an elected member.
No, it's not it.
Point of order.
Yeah, it's a point of order, but it's not applies to this. Being wrong is not a point of order. How many times do we have to go this? And I'm right. And it's in the public domain.
Okay, Councillor Elliott, we don't debate it, but I think it seems as though that is something that Councillor Sherlock had said about that.
Yep.
My point of order was misrepresentation. I haven't read those words, that I've been taking this for years. That's what I'm saying.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right. Sorry.
That's okay. So, we need a policy. There is absolutely no harm. There is only good. 3 minutes extension, please.
Councillor Zuko, seconded by Councillor Coates. All those in favour say aye. Say no. No. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
And against? What are you doing?
I'm abstaining.
Let's abstain, I think.
Councillor Lost 5-6.
Got the 30 seconds to wrap up.
What about all the point of order debate time taken off?
Oh no, I've stopped that.
Right, thank you. So there is no harm that can be done by developing a policy. Anyone that votes against the development of this policy, I suspect will likely regret that later on. Only good can come from having clarity in relation to this issue, and it's going to reflect really badly on people. And I even would question Councillor Dutta even being here given the conflict of interest. But anyway, but maybe people have to take a bullet for their family. But
Councillor Elliott, that's really unnecessary language. And
yeah, okay. But so is voting against even being able to speak.
No, Councillor Elliott, you're having what's a fair amount of time. There's no need to use that kind of language about a fellow elected member about taking.
So I'm having the 5 minutes because my council refused to speak. Yeah.
I'd like you to just take that on. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you.
Take it on board, please.
So it's a policy. Why on earth would you vote against a policy unless there is something to hide?
Alderman Zuko.
Yes, Lord Mayor. My philosophy in life's always been this: if you've got nothing to fear, you do no wrong, you still have nothing to fear. I also wrote to the Director of Local Government and I received a response on Thursday, 3:29 p.m. The functions and powers of the General Manager under Act do not include the formal investigation and determination of alleged misconduct by elected members. There's been argument about Section 62 and I've had it confirmed by the Director. So if the General Manager doesn't have those powers, then we need to ensure that we have a misconduct policy in place so we know definitely how the process has got to go. If the Director goes on further about the processes, it's the Integrity Commission, Director of Local Government. But what occurred in 2024, and since that time, there's been this argument about whose responsibility. Now, if we want to ensure that we follow proper process, and I think everyone in this room and everyone out there in land knows what I stood for in 1992, transparency. We need to be transparent and we need to ensure that we know exactly what's going to happen if Marty Zuko happens to smash into the CEO's car in the car park and drives away. I'd consider that misconduct, and I consider the process needs to be in place so we know how that is going to be dealt with. Now, I can go on and provide a lot more information in regards to the response from the Director of Local Government, and I'll share that with the CEO. But I urge every one of our elected members to understand what this is about. This is about to ensure that we, as elected members, know exactly what is going on. And if we want to know what's going on, we should go down the path of this motion. I've got to say, and I've said this before in this chamber, if I personally felt that I had a conflict of interest, I'd ask the Lord Mayor and or the CEO to at least advise me as an elected member if I may or may not, because at the end of the day, it is something that reflects back on the council.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I just want to, make a few observations in regards to this motion. It won't come as a surprise to anyone out in the community, nor to those in this room, that this council has seen a relatively large amount of division, debate, and it's had to deal with some very trying motions and community angst. Tonight is a good example. There were people that no matter what the result was today, we're going to leave this room unhappy. It is an election year. Temperatures are high, but we've also got a scenario where I am acutely aware that at the executive level we've also got a relative high amount of experience, but we've also got a relatively high amount of new staff as well. And, we are also a council chamber that is not overly experienced. I mean, there was a reasonably high turnover at the last election. The reason you put policies in place is to provide those guardrails and protections around, if a scenario occurs, here's the agreed pathway of how it's going to be dealt and actioned and understood. And look, I would hope that we would never have to have a misconduct policy, having to be used and followed. But, my fear is that accusations will go thick and fast. Instances may occur where community stakeholders, members of staff, might raise concerns, raise issues. And, ultimately these things are put in place so that it provides a level of protection for the administration. In this instance, where's the policy that informs the actions that I can and can't take or should and shouldn't take? And, it is very difficult you're never going to be able to foresee every circumstance, but it does provide that confidence to the community. There will be those who wake up tomorrow morning and will find out about what we decided tonight for South Hobart or what we decided tonight for West Hobart, who, will first think, well, how did they come to that decision? What was the policy they went through? What was the process they went through? And it really is no different. If one of us, if something is raised, and it can be raised from many quarters, it can be raised internally, it can be raised externally, it can be, what is the process? What is the policy? And, it is a complicated area. We're not staff members of the organisation. We're not, we do have that democratic responsibility to the community, and we are here to often make very contentious decisions. And so, and we are also put under a fair bit of public pressure. I mean, there are community members who will lobby extensively for us to be able to point this organisation in a certain way. And there'll be those who vigorously argue for the alternative. And I would like to think that all of us will hold ourselves to a very high standard of conduct, and that misconduct in an ideal world would never happen or could never happen. But in the event that something was to happen or an issue was to be raised, developing a policy and having it well known and understood is, I think, common sense. And so, look, I also think that, I'm unlikely to run again myself, but we're pointing towards a scenario where, through no fault of our own, through changes that we don't control, there is a likelihood that we'll be going from 12 to 9 elected members. There are a lot of issues that are cogent within this city, whether it be stuff that we've discussed tonight, whether it be, the future of Hobart, bike lanes, ferries, UTAS move, whatever you want to call it, but cable car if that ever comes back. We need to have these sort of policies in place. And so I think that it's appropriate.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A question through you to the putter of the motion, or the putters of the motion. Have any of you reported your concerns to the Integrity Commission?
If you have, you're bound by confidentiality notice, which has serious penalties.
All right, any further discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you. Look, I'm confused which metaphor to use myself. I could use clowns and circuses, witches at the stake, burn the heretics. So we're calling for a clear tent, transparency, where everybody can see what's happening as we form government and as we make decisions. We're calling for those decisions to be transparent and open, and our own decisions to be accountable. Now, and for a pathway by which to address concerns when somebody thinks that somebody has done the wrong thing. The tent's already clear. We can all see what's happening inside the circus tent. But we're looking in the wrong tent. So the councillors here this evening seem to want a policy which already exists under legislation. If you have concerns of serious misconduct, then you refer the concerns to the Integrity Commission. That's the process. The CEO has the power himself to refer matters to the Integrity Commission as he sees fit. But if he does not see that there is an issue to be referred to the Integrity Commission, he does not have to refer it to the Integrity Commission. But that does not preclude the complainant or the elected members or other staff from referring the elected members to the Integrity Commission. There is a very clear legislated pathway for when there are questions about integrity at local government level. For other matters, the Code of Conduct Panel and the Office of Local Government is the appropriate pathway. That's it. The policies exist, the legislation exists. Councillors have chosen to bring this matter to the council table and to the council chamber in order to score political points. It is simple. Now, while we hear about the soft drink that Councillor Sherlock may have taken from the elected member's office, we hear today in the paper Councillor Coates has equally misused his fuel card in Canberra. I'm not sure how you keep your Tasmanian fuel card in your Canberra vehicle. Now, I have fully endorsed the way that the misuse of a fuel card was handled. It's a minor infraction. Councillor Coates has paid back the fuel. Everybody move on. Like, no, I actually don't think it's a problem. I actually, that's fine. Do we need to go and spend $30,000 or $40,000 of ratepayers' money to investigate Councillor Coates when Councillor Coates said, yeah, I did that, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, there's the money? Do we need to spend $30,000 or $40,000 having Councillor Sherlock investigated when she said, yeah, I did that, I'm really sorry, I won't do it again, it was a couple of bottles of soft drink? No, we don't, because magnitude matters. And if we want to refer Councillor Sherlock to the Integrity Commission, then all of us would wound up being referred for minor infractions because people make mistakes. We're all human. But the pathway very clearly exists to deal with this behaviour, and we do not need a policy. It is not about hiding behind things or we've done something wrong. This is about good governance and the fact that investigations happen outside of council, and there is a pathway for that. If the CEO wishes to refer us, he can. If he doesn't think there's an infraction, then he won't. But that doesn't stop you from doing it, Councillor Elliott. So if you wish to stop the witch hunt and stop burning heretics at this council chamber, I would appreciate it.
Question, Lord Mayor.
Morgan Zuko.
Yeah, question from you to the CEO. Under the Code of Conduct regulations, have elected members only got 6 months to put a Code of Conduct complaint in?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
And if a matter's not brought to the attention of the elected members for 2 years later, can an elected member put a Code of Conduct in at that point in time?
Not.
Thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield was up first.
Thank you. To be honest, I didn't want to speak to this because I find this entire situation horrific. This room has been in an excruciating amount of pain for a number of years now, and obviously it's only going to get worse. And the accusations are rife, and we just don't have a way out of this. What I do like about this motion is it does one positive thing in a very difficult world, because honestly, I could be the Deputy Lord Mayor next week, or I could be Councillor Coates next week, or any of you could be, because goodness knows what's out there. And the one thing that I think this gives, if you can call it a gift, is that it looks at effectively removing the CEO from the issues that all of us are currently throwing at each other. And if we can remove a staff member from these actions and rebuttals and accusations again and so forth, I don't see that as being a particularly bad thing. I also suspect that if one was to put everything directly through to local government or integrity or wherever else, if it is considered to be petty and small, they will also say so. And it just simply inoculates our staff and protects them. And that wouldn't be something that I feel we could be upset about, because honestly, to be part of this is horrific. To know that we are reducing ourselves to this over the next, 8 months or so, it's even worse. I want to see a good council. I want to see ratepayers being on the forefront. But whilst this stuff continues to fly and the accusations and this dreadful name calling, why would we call ourselves a circus? Why would we use witch hunt and all these dreadful words today? Why would we do that? This is a council. People elected us to represent them. People have raised us on pedestals and said that we are worthy of something really grand. We forget that. And yet we allow ourselves to be mocked. We allow ourselves to be calling each other names. We allow ourselves to find ourselves here. So if the one gift that this room can be given tonight would be to at least inoculate our CEO from these trials and tribulations, I would support this. But I wish to goodness that this would stop.
Okay, any further discussion? I just want to point out to people that it's 9:30. If we get to close to 10 o'clock, I have taken advice about adjourning the meeting to reconvene after the next workshop, because I do feel that this is not, good practice to be going for as long as we are. So please just consider whether you need to speak and whether you need to speak for the full amount of minutes. But I'm just giving that as a general direction. I'm not saying that anyone has to not speak, but just keep that in mind. It's getting very late. Staff are feeling very tired as well, I'm sure. Okay, Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, Councillor Elliott said, we'll regret voting against this motion, I think you said. So I find that awkward, to be told that if we don't vote against this motion, we will regret it. Kind of a bit threatening. So I wish that language wasn't in the room as well. With regard to someone having an accident in the car park, like Alderman Zuko suggested, that would be a police thing. It wouldn't be a council thing if someone crashed into your car in the car park. But look, I'm just going by the feedback from the staff, and this bit means a lot to me. There's no confusion regarding the handling of potential misconduct by an elected member. The CEO's role includes fact-finding related to council policy compliance, but any misconduct investigation must be referred to the Integrity Commission. Additionally, any formal complaints received by the CEO regarding elected members' misconduct must be properly referred to the Integrity Commission. But the first bit, CEO's role, fact-finding related to council policy compliance. There was no council policy about removing some soft drink from the fridge.
Alcohol, sorry.
Well, I don't know about the alcohol, but
can
the
tell
soft drink.
Councillor Kelly, please.
And the only reason...
Councillor Kelly, no interjecting, please.
And to enforce this episode, it was implied that there was a whistleblower that spilt the beans. But as I understand, and I was there at the time, there was no whistleblower. There was drinks being had in the Alderman's Lounge. There were 4 aldermen left in the room, including me, and a member of staff who was having a few beers with the alderman when they flippantly or, however they described, they were doing it in gesture, laughing about it when they exposed that someone had removed some stock from the fridge, and it was investigated, and that was it. But it was implied that there was a whistleblower. No whistleblower. It was a member of staff having a beer with a few of the councillors in the room over here. So that was really weird right from the start to imply that whistleblowers were involved. Someone jokingly mentioned this in passing while having a drink in the Alderman's room. They also, well, okay, we'll leave it at that, but it was resolved at the time. So I'm happy that that was resolved at the time. There was no policy, there was a misunderstanding, and there was subsequently that apology occurred, and that was the end of the story. Same as Alderman Coates when, with his petrol ticket, he did the right thing and reimbursed the council. He didn't understand the policy, even though there was a policy that he didn't follow. There was no policy with regard to taking some things from the fridge. So I think this is overblown. I think it's a big beat up coming into election. I'm sure we're going to hear about it every month. But as regard to a policy, it clearly states that the CEO's role includes fact-finding related to council policy compliance. There was no council policy. But any misconduct investigation must be referred to the Integrity Commission, and I assume that's probably happened. And additionally, any formal complaints received by the CEO regarding elected member misconduct must be properly referred to the Integrity Commission. So I would think that tonight's the end of this, that this shouldn't be coming back to council every month from a different angle. If things are already happening elsewhere, we can't learn about it, we can't talk about it. So there's no need to see this again, but I just hope there's no ongoing monthly chapter in the saga of drinks out of the fridge. So I hope it rests here tonight.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, there's obviously a lot of confusion here tonight. Just for the record, Councillor Harvey's recollection of drinks in the Members' Lounge, well, guess what? There's a few more people. You don't understand, there's about 100 odd people that know about this incident, from the IT mob, security camera people have written it up, interviews, the ripple effect all out from that, pillow talk and all that. I can tell you guys now, it's out there, alcohol's involved, the press are onto it in the background, a lot's going to be happening in the background there. What's the big deal? If someone's done something wrong, well, they're guilty. If they haven't done anything wrong, what's the problem here? I just don't get it. And, it's making us look like absolute fools, this whole thing. If I was ruling the world here, I'd let the information go out through the proper ways and the whole thing would be resolved. But please, guys, I'm telling you now, alcohol is involved and you guys have been duped here, and there's going to be some very, very embarrassed people when the facts all come out. More than one whistleblower too, by the way, Bill. The world doesn't evolve one around that. As I said, there's about 100 odd people that know that. Hobart's too small. People aren't idiots, and people do not like seeing deceitful, bad behaviour happening, and in the end, good will prevail. And if it ain't going to happen in the next little bit, it will come out. It's going to come out, and I will look at all the facts, and that's what I base it on, and it's going to go down. Watch this space.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question first. We have a 6-month time limit on making complaints regarding code of conduct. Is there such a time limit on the Integrity Commission, on making a complaint to the Integrity Commission?
No, there's not.
Thank you. I thought as much. Look, based on that answer, I could call that this be brought on for a vote, Lord Mayor. I think it's a silly motion. It's not really going anywhere. There is a pathway. There's no need for a new policy. There is clearly a pathway to take.
Sorry, that's a procedural motion.
That's right, and I'll call on a procedural motion to bring it on for a vote.
So that's a procedural motion that the motion be put, seconded by Councillor Posselt. I'll put that first before we whether we put the motion. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. So now I will put the motion, Councillor Elliott and Co.'s motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Suko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
And against.
with what your vote, Councillor does.
I'm abstaining.
Some clarification, Lord Mayor, through you to the CEO. Under the meeting procedures, is there a vote of abstaining or not? There's no, and if it's an abstaining, it's a no, is that correct?
Vote in the negative.
Thank you, it's a negative.
Okay, but people do it sometimes.
Look, I
Yeah,
understand, Lord Mayor, but there's no such thing.
Yes. Okay, all those against, raise your hand.
Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, Lord Mayor. That is lost.
Okay, we'll move on now to item 22. Councillor Elliott, Zuko, Kelly and Coates.
Thank you. I'll move the motion as listed, Lord Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I'll keep this brief. I requested information under section 28. Part of that information was refused, which was the CCTV, but importantly, some information was provided. And under section 28 also provides that information that was provided to an elected member can also be provided to other elected members on request. So I would highly suggest that the other elected members request that information that I was provided under a confidentiality undertaking, because I suspect it might answer some of your, might correct some of your beliefs that you hold. Yeah. So you might want to ask Mr. Stretton for a copy of the information that I was provided in section 28, in accordance with section 28(5) from memory of the Act. You are entitled to it if you just ask, and I would suggest you do ask. So I'd also like to note, just for the record, Councillor Dutter's here, and obviously this relates to your daughter, so we have the issue of a conflict of interest in the room again. But obviously I accept that that's your prerogative to stay to defend your daughter. Credit where credit's due.
Point of order. I don't think it's appropriate because, you know, I'm sitting here as an elected member. It's not a father and daughter. And, you know, I can be taken to the code of conduct for that. That's fine. But I'm just saying, you know, I'm here as an elected member, not as a father.
I understand. Yeah, look, I'm not sure that was a point of order, but I think...
It's misrepresentation. It's misrepresenting me. I'm not a father here. I'm an elected member.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I think it's an unfair... I think it's an unfair statement, okay. Councillor Elliott.
I'll be looking forward to seeing the code of conduct panel's outcome. No, I won't withdraw that.
Okay, well, it's a point of order, so that means it's not allowed to pursue that particular line of pursuit of Councillor Dutton.
No problem. So when information is refused to be given by the CEO, the Act provides that Council can require the CEO to provide that. And what we're asking for is the CCTV footage that we know exists. We know there are multiple files showing things that are important. And if Councillor Sherlock, as she claims, only took a soft drink, which the evidence shows it's not that, if her claims are true, that's what the CCTV will show. A packet of M&Ms, a drink. It wouldn't show herself and her boyfriend coming in and out on weekends and things like that. It wouldn't show that. So if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to hide. Councillor Sherlock's also admitted that she did this over a number of years, treating Town Hall like a 7-Eleven for a number of years. So I have to bring this because it's being refused. Information's obviously also bubbling away through RTI, and some of the stuff that we've been given under Section 28 will absolutely be provided through RTI. There's no valid reason why that won't. I now know it exists. So there's a lot more to come. It isn't just a bottle of soft drink. So go ahead, and I move that the motion be put.
So that's a procedural motion.
Actually, I'll withdraw that motion.
You can't really do that, no.
You can't do two motions.
Yeah. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I would, to reiterate those words, I would thoroughly encourage all elected members, and I've done it, to find the truth. All you got to do is put your email to the CEO, and you don't. If you want to put your head in the sand and pretend this is not happening, I'm going to go away. Someone, no, that person just wouldn't do that. No, that's not going to happen. You can do that. Please, don't be blinkered, have a look, put in your little submission, and you be the judge yourself. because you're going to be shocked, I reckon, when I'm going to find out too. And why would you want to cover up? This is going to come out through the Integrity Commission at the end of the day, and there's going to be those who have refused to allow due process to take, those who have stood up and defended the indefensible.
I'm just really concerned of the accusations you're making, and you're talking about
I'm speaking hypothetically.
Integrity Commission complaints, which are supposed to be confidential. Just dial it back a little bit,
I am not talking
please.
about an Integrity Commission. I just mentioned.
You just said it's all going to come out in the integrity.
If it goes to the
You are getting to the stage of getting very close to defamatory, and I just
nowhere near that. Ridiculous.
Excuse me, please.
Defamatory, as if
The chair has made a statement, and it's not just to be laughed at. Thanks, Councillor
not defamatory.
I will say there's multiple events here have happened. I'm going to say there was alcohol happened. Okay, everyone? Alcohol's happened. There's been alcohol taken off the property. There's been events happen in the chamber without a booking and without with cover-ups of the amount of alcohol and food that's been taken. Now, code of conduct me on the truth. Bring it on. And if you're going to stand here and defend the indefensible, well, so be it. All we want, we are doing nothing wrong. We just want pure, raw honesty. The CCTV says it and shows it, and if you want to put your head in the sand and say, oh no, it doesn't exist, well, be that on your own neck. All we want to see is a CCTV. If I'm wrong, I will put an advertisement in the paper saying I'm wrong. I will say that.
Councillor Posselt.
Lord Mayor, well, what a bunch of bullies. There is nothing more to be said. No.
Inappropriate. Thank you.
No, Alderman Zuko. I ask also that you don't use that kind of language either. We're trying to just dial it down, and I know other people have said things that are very strong and not appropriate, but I don't think it should be matched by name calling
I'd like it
either.
withdrawn,
so
please. Hold the point of order. I'd like it withdrawn.
No, I've said that it's inappropriate. So I'd like you to not continue with that line of accusation.
Yes, Lord Mayor. What we are seeing tonight is a political execution. That is what we are seeing. We are seeing comments that are defamatory, accusations that are substantiated, and a continual thread of threats to elected members. And I think we should just dwell that there are elected members in this room that have insinuated on multiple occasions threats. Be that on your head. If you put your head in the sand, there will be consequences. These are the sorts of language that are not acceptable in this chamber. It is not acceptable in state parliament. It is not acceptable in federal parliament. We do not threaten our political opposition because this is a contest of ideas. This is not personal politics. And the sooner you guys understand that, the sooner this council functions properly. Because this is a witch hunt. Go to the Integrity Commission, do the right thing, and stop bringing political stunts to this chamber. That's what you are doing. It is very clear to anybody who is following this from the outside that you are doing this as a political assassination. Stop it. Grow up and use the proper processes that exist and stop turning this place into a circus. It's not. It is a place where we make decisions for the benefit of our city. This is not where we go hunting people over a packet of snacks, a soft drink.
It's not. Councillor Kelly, please
It's not.
don't.
How can you say
interject.
that?
Councillor Kelly, this is the second time I've asked you to not interject. Please don't keep interjecting, please.
I want to focus on building this city, and I want to focus on having good ideas from both sides of the chamber, because your ideas are good and valid, and there is plenty of space for us to work together. But these types of witch hunts do not help to build relationships between us. It builds animosity, and it makes us dysfunctional, and frankly, it makes us all look like fools, the whole lot of us. So please, I implore you, use the process that is right and just And if Councillor Sherlock has done the wrong thing, then she will receive an appropriate sanction per the watchdog. Stop bringing this nonsense here. Bring something that is focused, as Councillor Harvey has tonight. Second generation rodenticides. Gosh. But really, you've got expertise, you've got passion, it impacts the whole of Tasmania. It is a role model motion. That's the sort of thing we should be discussing under motions. We should not be discussing muesli bars.
Councillor Lohberger.
As with the last motion, I'm quite concerned about where this is going, Lord Mayor.
I was up at the same time Councillor Pasalt was before, and you called Councillor Pasalt.
Sorry,
and I was up there.
Zuko, you've spoken.
I haven't spoken.
Oh,
I have not spoken. I was up with Councillor Pasalt.
All right. Well, at this time, I saw Councillor Lohberger, so I'm going with Councillor Lohberger.
I'm just really concerned with where this is going. It's late at night. Councillor Kelly is heckling me again. It's really time to bring this on for a vote, I think, and just move along. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
So that's a procedural motion. I'd need that seconded by somebody. Is there a seconder? Councillor Posselt. So this is just the procedural motion, whether to put this motion now. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Pasalt, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, Lord Mayor.
And against?
Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Kelly. Thank you, Alderman Bloomfield. That motion is lost.
Okay.
Alderman Zuko.
Lord Mayor, as I explained earlier, I wrote to the Director of Local Government. There was a bit of contention during the debate about conflicts of interest and family members and all that. I'll just read out what the conflict of interest actually says. Close associate means a family member of a council.
This is relevant.
It's relevant, Lord Mayor, because there was discussion earlier about conflicts of interest. Now that's been already raised in debate during it.
Sorry, Alderman Zuko, I'm just not sure it's relevant to the motion.
If a matter is raised during debate, it is part of the debate, Lord Mayor. You didn't shut it down before. You're trying to shut me down now.
I think I did warn Councillor Elliott to stop that line of pursuit because it's really not relevant to the motion.
Well, it is relevant to the motion, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, when I get to the point, it's very relevant because I've written to the Director of Local Government in regards to the obligations of the Code of Conduct.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Yes.
This is contrary to the meeting regulations and the Act. You have made a ruling that he cannot pursue this line of inquiry, and he is not following your direction as the chair.
I'm Alderman Zook, I'm not a he.
Is not following the direction of the chair, which is set out in the meeting regulations under the Act. It is contrary to the Act for him to continue.
Yeah, I think I am going to accept that point of order. I have told both Councillor Elliott and yourself that having debates about one particular elected member's potential conflicts is not the nature, is not relevant to this motion.
Lord Mayor, it is.
You've got to debate the motion.
Lord Mayor, I'm going to debate the motion, but it is relevant in respect of that you have an obligation, and so does the CEO, in informing any person that may have a conflict. It is written by the CEO. That has not occurred. And I'm asking you and the CEO.
I'm sorry, Alderman Zuko, please. I've given my ruling.
Okay. You're shutting down debate, Lord Mayor. That's fine.
You
are.
Ruling.
It's all right.
What you're doing
You can rule that way. Okay. In regards to the motion that's before us, in regards to the CCTV footage, and in regards to supposed whistleblowers of some elected members sitting in the elected members' room having a bit of discussion, that's the first time I've heard of that one. I've never heard
Councillor Harvey.
Sorry.
I've never heard anything from anybody in respect of a group of elected members having a discussion in the room. I'm going to put on the record here tonight that on 5 occasions during 23 during 22-23, I actually asked one of our staff members in administration why the fridge was empty on 5 occasions. On 2 occasions, that staff member, I'm not going to mention the staff member's name because I know I don't want to embarrass it, it's going to be coming forward as a stat deck soon. That staff member came with me upstairs and noticed the fridge was 90% empty, and he made the statement twice. I filled the fridge on Friday and this is Monday. That's how I was aware of it. And since that time, I have endeavoured to go through a process of discussing it with the CEO and writing to the CEO in regards to it. We are well aware that the former acting CEO wrote to one of our former directors in regards to it, and then it was given to our current CEO. This is the reason why the CEO of our organisation should not be part of this process. This is why I wrote to the Director of Local Government on a number of issues and concerns. Again, it's about the transparency process, and it's about ensuring that we go through a proper process. I even wrote in regards to, and we've talked about the Code of Conduct. Hopefully I can talk about the Code of Conduct. The director hasn't got the right to act on the Code of Conduct, even though we were only advised about the situation most recently. That's something that happened 2 years ago. Had the proper process occurred in accordance to what should have happened in 2024, the matter should have come forward via the Lord Mayor. It should have been reported to the Lord Mayor, then the Lord Mayor reported to the Council on what it was going to do. Whether it went down the Integrity Commission, whether it went down to the Director of Local Government, or any other elected member going down the pathway of the Code of Conduct. That is a proper process. Now, I have sought myself the CCTV footage under the Section 28. If we really want to shut this down, there was an opportunity at the last council meeting, right, to have a proper independent investigation on the matter. It was shut down. Now we're asking the council, because it can do it, the release of the CCTV footage. Extra, please, because of the points of order that we discussed. Minute extra.
The thing was stopped at points of order.
I'll seek a minute extra, please.
Providing that info. So, moved by somebody, Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Coates. All those in favour say aye. Can say no. No.
Right. Now I've got a minute and a half. Correct? Is that correct? Just before you start? Thank you. I've got a minute and a half. Sorry?
You vote no, Lord Mayor? That means you need to vote, but...
I did.
I'll stop again because I just got interrupted.
All right. All those in favour say aye of the extra minute. Oh, sorry. I mean, all those in favour, put your hand up.
Councillor Elliott, sorry, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Pasalt, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey.
Against.
Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Lord Mayor and Dutta abstaining. Motion carried.
Okay. As I explained earlier, I've written to the Director of Local Government on a number of points, and I'll reference the points I wrote. It's about meeting procedures and points of order on procedural motions, conflict of interest, the role of the Chair and administration, the Code of Conduct complaints, a 6 months time frame, and the investigation of elected members for misconduct. So I have been going down the pathway of endeavouring to find the pathways forward, and this happened after the last gag motion. So I'm not playing politics. I'm doing what I've always done and do best, is go down the proper path of procedure. And everyone knows that I am constantly going on about meetings and meeting procedures. Yes, of course, a complaint can go to the Director of Local Government, a complaint can go to the Integrity Commission, a complaint can go to Tas Police. But when that's 30 seconds. But when there are obstacles put in the way, that's a concern. I'm not going to let this go because I know more than what a lot of people think I know. And I assure you that the release of this CCTV will eventually happen, and then everyone's going to be surprised. I'm not threatening anybody.
Okay. Further discussion?
Excuse me.
I would like ideally for us to vote on this as practically as soon as we can, because we're approaching that 10 p.m. mark and we've still got further agenda items.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I just wanted to point out for the people watching this meeting online that the advice from the officers to this motion is very clear. It states that, in my view, that the request for access to this CCTV footage does not align with the councillor's functions or powers under the Local Government Act. And it also references the privacy concerns because there is a third party in the CCTV footage. And it also talks to the fact that training has been undertaken so that people understand the Personal Information and Protection Act, and this clearly breaches some of those concerns there. So I'm following the officer's advice, and I can't state strongly enough that that this is what has been presented to us as fact. So I also take the view that this does not align with the councillor's function or powers under the Local Government Act.
Okay, any further discussion? Would you like to sum up, Councillor Elliott?
No, thanks.
Motion, all those in favour say aye.
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 Can say no.
Aye.
No. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Alderman Thuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
Against?
Councillor Persault, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, Lord Mayor and Councillor Dutta abstaining. That motion is lost.
Okay, we'll move on now to item 23, is responses to questions without notice. This is just receiving and noting. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. All right. All those in favour say aye. Again say no. Carried unanimously. Are there any questions without notice in the open? Being none, we'll move, if I could get a motion to move into the closed. Moved by Councillor Lohberger,